What drives a soldier to kneel in the dirt before the chaos of battle, whispering desperate prayers to gods who wield the fate of empires? As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of blood and fire, a heavy silence fell over the ranks of Roman soldiers. Each man felt the weight of destiny pressing down on his shoulders, a palpable tension crackling in the air like the promise of a storm. Tonight, they would confront the unknown, their hearts pounding with both fear and resolve, as they called upon the war gods, Mars, Bellona, and others, whose favor could tip the scales of life and death. The flickering flames of the campfires cast dancing shadows on their hardened faces, illuminating the resolve etched in their features. Each soldier knew the tales of those who had come before, their spirits lingering like ghosts in the twilight. The haunting specter of defeat loomed as they recalled the last battle, where valor had met with tragedy, and blood had soaked the soil beneath them. Would tonight be any different? Would the gods listen? Or were their prayers lost in the abyss of indifference? In hushed tones, they recited the ancient invocations, their voices weaving a tapestry of supplication that mingled with the scent of burning offerings. Each chant echoed with generations of warriors who had sought divine intervention, their hopes and fears entwined in the sacred ritual. The ground trembled beneath their feet, as if the earth itself was alive, sensing the impending clash of swords and shields. Under the watchful gaze of the stars, the soldiers closed their eyes, imagining the gods standing before them, cloaked in shadows and power. They pictured the wrath of Mars, his armored form radiating a fierce intensity, ready to unleash fury upon their enemies. Would he honor their courage, or would he turn away, leaving them to the mercy of fate? Tension coiled in their chests, a visceral reminder that the line between glory and annihilation was razor-thin. As the final prayer was uttered, an eerie stillness enveloped the camp. An unseen force seemed to settle over them, heavy with anticipation. The night held its breath, whispering secrets of victories yet to come, or perhaps disastrous defeats that awaited them just beyond the dawn. Each soldier felt the weight of choice, knowing that their faith could ignite the flame of victory or plunge them into the abyss of despair. And then, in that charged moment, the air shifted. The crackle of lightning split the sky, illuminating the horizon where their enemies awaited, shadows poised to strike. The battle horn would soon sound, heralding the clash of fate. Would their prayers resonate in the heavens and bring forth the gods' blessing, or would they march into oblivion, their names forgotten in the annals of history? As the first light of dawn began to creep over the land, the soldiers stood resolute, hearts racing, minds swirling with the echoes of their prayers. The moment of truth was near. The air crackled with a palpable tension, a silent hum of anticipation that swept through the narrow, bustling streets of ancient Rome. A flickering torch cast dancing shadows against the stone walls, illuminating faces etched with hope, fear, and reverence. Every corner, every alley held a story, a whisper of the divine that pulled at the hearts of the citizens like a gentle tide. Here, in this sprawling metropolis, the lines between the mortal and the miraculous blurred, and the gods, in all their splendor and flaws, were as real as the cobblestones beneath their feet. In the grand temples that rose like titans against the skyline, worshippers gathered, their voices weaving a tapestry of devotion. Statues of Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva loomed above them, crafted with such detail that one could almost feel the pulse of their divinity. Each offering, each prayer was a thread in the intricate fabric of Roman society, binding them together in an unbreakable bond of faith. Yet, this was not a land of singular belief. No, the pantheon was vast, a cacophony of deities and practices that mirrored the diversity of the empire itself. As daylight faded into twilight, the temple of Vesta glowed softly, its sacred flame flickering in the gentle breeze. The Vestal virgins, cloaked in white, moved with a grace that seemed otherworldly, their vows of chastity a testament to their unwavering devotion. They embodied the heart of Rome, guardians of the flame that symbolized the city's very existence. To extinguish that fire would be to extinguish hope, to invite chaos into a world that thrived on order. The citizens watched with bated breath, their eyes reflecting the light of the flame, some in awe, others in fear. The stakes were high. To anger the gods was to invite disaster. But there was more to this religious tapestry than the well-trodden paths of tradition. In shadows and corners, whispers of foreign gods began to seep into the heart of Rome. The allure of the East brought with it mysteries wrapped in silk and exotic scents. The cult of Mithras, with its secret rites and brotherhood, captivated men who sought strength and solace in the darkened chambers beneath the earth. The initiation was steeped in blood and ritual, a fierce bond that forged unbreakable ties among its followers. In the flickering torchlight of these underground temples, they sought not just the favor of their god, but a sense of belonging. Meanwhile, in the bustling markets, the cries of merchants mingled with the prayers of the faithful. Sacrifices of goats and doves were common, the blood marking a sacred bond between humans and the divine. The smell of incense wafted through the air, a fragrant offering to the gods, while children played nearby, unaware of the weighty traditions surrounding them. Yet, among the laughter, a tension simmered, a fear of the unknown. The rise of new belief systems stirred unease among the traditionalists. Would the old ways withstand the relentless tide of change, or would they crumble like dust? The tension reached a fever pitch in the amphitheaters, where the roar of the masses echoed off stone walls. Here, Christians, once a small sect, found themselves at the center of a storm. Their defiance of Roman gods, their refusal to worship the emperor, ignited a fury that crackled with the scent of brimstone. They faced persecution, yet their faith burned brighter in the face of adversity. Martyrs arose, standing firm as a testament to their beliefs. The crowd gasped as lions lunged, and the brutal reality of their sacrifice sent shivers down the spines of those who witnessed it. The blood spilled on the ground was not merely a tragedy but a seed planted in the hearts of others, urging them to question, to seek. In private homes, the Laras and Penates, the household gods, watched over families, their small shrines a reminder that divine presence was not limited to grand temples. Parents would gather around the hearth, sharing whispered prayers, ensuring their family remained under the protection of these domestic deities. Children learned the rituals, their small hands carefully placing offerings, their innocent voices a melody of hope and gratitude. Each flicker of the flame symbolized not just warmth, but the continuity of life, the bond that connected generations. As the seasons changed, so too did the religious landscape of Rome. Festivals erupted, a riot of colors and sounds, drawing the faithful into the streets. Laughter mingled with chants as the people celebrated the gods of agriculture, asking for bountiful harvests. The festival of Saturnalia brought a temporary upheaval of the social order, a joyful release where the chains of obligation fell away. Masks hid faces, and the very essence of Roman life transformed into a vibrant display of joy, chaos, and a hint of the divine. Yet, beneath the merriment, a whisper of unease lingered. Was this revelry a blessing, or did it mask a deeper unrest? Amidst the noise and clamor, the philosophers roamed the city, their minds a tempest of ideas. They debated the nature of the divine, wrestling with the question of fate and free will. Some found solace in the Stoics, believing that the universe was a grand tapestry woven by a rational hand. Others, lost in the depths of existential doubt, sought solace in the mysteries of the divine, yearning for answers that never came. The streets buzzed with reflections on the nature of existence, blending the sacred with the philosophical, the search for truth a constant in this shifting landscape. And so, the religious landscape of ancient Rome unfolded, a vivid panorama of beliefs, fears, and hopes. Every corner held a flicker of faith, a longing for connection with the divine that transcended the boundaries of time and space. The gods watched, sometimes with favor, sometimes with disdain, as the people danced on the precipice of belief and doubt. In the shadows of the temples, the streets, and the homes, the very essence of what it meant to be human hung in the balance, waiting for the next chapter to unfold in this epic tale of devotion and conflict. The clash of iron on iron echoed through the valley, a symphony of chaos and valor that set hearts racing. A single soldier, his armor glinting under the fierce sun, stood at the forefront, sweat trickling down his brow, each heartbeat a reminder of what was at stake. The Roman legions, disciplined and unyielding, were not just men. They were a force forged from centuries of ambition and blood. With every charge, the ground trembled beneath their feet, and the air thickened with the weight of destiny. Warfare for the Romans was not merely a matter of conquest. It was a way of life, deeply woven into the very fabric of their society. The tales of battles fought for honor and glory resonated through generations, instilling a fierce pride that bound the people together. Each campaign served a purpose, from expanding borders to securing trade routes, and with each victory, the empire grew, its might undeniable. It was in this relentless pursuit of power that the Romans found their identity, a relentless drive that fueled their ambition and shaped the world around them. The formation of the Roman army was a marvel of organization and strategy. Picture a sea of soldiers, lined up in perfect rows, shields raised like an impenetrable wall. This was the famous testudo, where the soldiers moved as one, a living fortress against enemy arrows and spears. The discipline required to maintain such formations was unparalleled. Soldiers trained relentlessly, embodying the ideals of strength and unity. With every drill, they built not only skill but also an unbreakable bond, brothers in arms ready to face death together. The anticipation of battle was electric, a rush of adrenaline that coursed through their veins, making them feel invincible. But it was not just sheer strength that defined Roman warfare. It was also cunning and innovation. The use of siege engines, catapults, and ballistae transformed the landscape of conflict. When the Romans laid siege to a city, they did so with a determination that sent shivers down the spines of their enemies. Towers rose, ladders were crafted, and the sound of the siege engines was a harbinger of doom. The ingenuity of their tactics was legendary. One could almost hear the whispers of fear among the defenders as they realized the Romans were not merely an enemy but a relentless tide that could not be stopped. Within the structure of the Roman army, there was a hierarchy, a chain of command that ensured order amid chaos. Generals, often hailed as demigods, led their troops with charisma and tactical brilliance. The likes of Julius Caesar and Scipio Africanus became legends, their names spoken in reverence. They were the architects of victory, wielding their intellect as skillfully as they did their swords. The stories of their triumphs spread like wildfire, igniting the imaginations of soldiers and citizens alike, each tale fueling the fire of ambition and loyalty. Warfare was not solely about battlefields and conquests. It was an emotional battleground. Families waited anxiously for news of their loved ones, hearts heavy with fear and hope. A soldier's return could be a moment of pure elation or crushing despair. The scars of war ran deep, etched into the hearts of heroes and their kin. The lives lost were not mere statistics. They were sons, fathers, brothers, individuals who had dreams, hopes, and unfulfilled promises. Each fallen soldier left behind a legacy that would echo through time, a poignant reminder of the price of glory. The Roman approach to warfare was also marked by a deep respect for their enemies. They understood that the greatest battles often lay not in brute force but in the ability to outthink and outmaneuver. Diplomacy, alliances, and at times, cruelty were all tools in their arsenal. The capture of a city was often followed by a choice: to raze it to the ground or to integrate it into the empire. This calculated approach allowed them to expand their influence across vast territories, binding people to Rome through culture, commerce, and sometimes coercion. In the throes of war, the Romans exhibited not just strength but a profound belief in their mission. They viewed themselves as the bearers of civilization, tasked with bringing order to the chaos of the world. This belief became a rallying cry, uniting disparate tribes under the banner of the empire. The legions marched not with the mere desire for conquest but with a purpose that transcended the battlefield. A mission to civilize, to spread the laws of Rome, and to instill a sense of order that would echo through centuries. The echoes of Roman warfare resonate through history, leaving a mark on the very fabric of civilization. With every battle fought, the foundations of cities were laid, roads were built, and cultures were exchanged. The legacy of their military triumphs laid the groundwork for an empire that would dominate the known world. As time marched on, The stories of valor, sacrifice, and ambition remained etched in the annals of history, waiting to inspire generations to come. In each heartbeat of battle, the Romans understood their role in a grand narrative, one that would stretch far beyond their time. They marched forward with a fierce belief in their cause, knowing that with every victory, they were not just expanding their territory, but also crafting a legacy that would stand the test of time. As the sun set on the battlefield, casting long shadows over the fallen, the ghosts of their past loomed large, whispering tales of courage and sacrifice, urging the next generation to rise and take their place in the ongoing saga of Rome. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the bustling streets of ancient Rome, the air was thick with anticipation. The vibrant thrumming of the city was punctuated by the distant sounds of laughter and the sharp, rhythmic percussion of drums echoing through the forum. It was a world steeped in the sacred, where every corner held whispers of the divine and the mundane intertwined seamlessly. Here, the Roman people lived their lives not just in the presence of deities, but in a constant dialogue with them, a relationship that shaped their every thought, action, and decision. In the grand tapestry of Roman life, religion was not merely a set of beliefs. It was a pulsating force, alive and vital. It hovered over the politics, commerce, and daily struggles of the citizens. As families gathered for meals, they offered thanks to Vesta, the goddess of the hearth, seeking her blessings for warmth and prosperity. Every house, adorned with small altars and images of gods, bore witness to this devotion. It was not uncommon for a child to see their parents kneel before these shrines, eyes closed, hands clasped, whispering prayers that sounded like a soft breeze rustling the leaves of trees. On the grander scale, the temples of Jupiter, Mars, and Venus stood as beacons of power, their marble columns reaching toward the heavens as if begging for the attention of their celestial overseers. Within these hallowed halls, priests clad in flowing robes performed intricate rituals, their every movement choreographed to appease the gods and secure Rome's favor. The air buzzed with urgency, as offerings of wine, grain, and even animals were made, each sacrifice steeped in the hope of divine intervention. The priests, custodians of sacred knowledge, bore the weight of the city's fate on their shoulders, for the gods could be capricious. A drought or a plague could signify their displeasure, and the very fabric of Roman life could unravel in an instant. But it was not just the grand ceremonies that pulsed with emotion. The smaller, intimate practices of the people were equally poignant. Women, often relegated to the shadows of public life, found their voices within the folds of religious devotion. They gathered in quiet corners, lighting candles before the statues of goddesses like Isis or Fortuna, weaving their wishes and dreams into the flickering flames. Their prayers were not grand proclamations. They were soft, heartfelt murmurs filled with longing. A mother's plea for a healthy child, a widow's wish for strength, a young girl's dream of love. In these moments, the divine felt so close, almost tangible, as if the air shimmered with possibility. Festivals erupted like fireworks across the Roman calendar, a riot of color and sound that swept through the streets. The Lupercalia, a celebration of fertility and purification, transformed the city into a wild playground. Young men, their bodies dusted with the ashes of sacrifice, ran through the streets, brandishing strips of goat skin, laughing as they playfully struck onlookers. The cheers of the crowd echoed through the hills. Here, the divine and the earthly danced together in a passionate embrace, a reminder that life and love were sacred. Yet, beneath this vibrant surface, tensions simmered. With the rise of new beliefs, the old gods faced challenges. The mystery cults from the East began to capture hearts, offering promises of personal salvation and a connection to the divine that felt more intimate than tradition. The allure of Christianity grew quietly, seeds of faith planted in the hearts of the disenfranchised. It was a whisper in the chaos, a spark of hope that ignited in the shadows of the grand temples. As the followers of Christ gathered in secret, the threat of persecution loomed like a dark cloud, yet their faith burned fiercely, illuminating the path forward. The political landscape was equally volatile. Emperors donned divine titles, not just to command loyalty but to intertwine their own fates with those of the gods. The divine right of kings became more than a concept. It was a lifeline, a thread that connected the ruler to the divine order. The magnificent temples dedicated to the emperor, like the Grand Temple of Divine Julius, served as a reminder of this sacred relationship. Citizens were called to worship their leaders, forging an allegiance that blended faith and loyalty. The lines of power and piety were drawn tighter, leaving many to wonder where the gods ended and human ambition began. Yet, even amid the struggles, there were moments of breathtaking beauty. The soft melodies of hymns floated through the air during the Vestal Virgin's rites, their purity and dedication a beacon of hope. The sight of the high priestess, draped in white, her face serene, moved the hearts of even the most hardened citizens. The sacred fire, tended to with reverence, flickered as if in response to their collective prayers, a symbol of the unbroken bond between the divine and humanity. In the marketplace, vendors whispered promises of talismans and amulets, charms crafted to protect against the unpredictable whims of fate. The crowd buzzed with energy, eager to secure their luck and prosperity. A child clutched a small statue of the goddess Fortuna, eyes wide with dreams of a brighter future. The air crackled with the weight of expectations and desires, each person seeking a divine nudge in their favor, hoping to escape the clutches of misfortune. The Roman calendar was a rich fabric woven with threads of sacred observance, each month bringing its own rituals and offerings. And as the season of harvest approached, the people prepared to celebrate Ceres, the goddess of agriculture. The streets would be adorned with garlands of wheat, the scent of fresh bread wafting through the air as families gathered to pay homage. Their laughter would intertwine with the prayers lifted to the heavens, weaving a tapestry of gratitude that echoed through time. As the night deepened, the city seemed to hold its breath, a palpable tension humming in the air. How fragile the balance felt, a tightrope walk between devout faith and the encroaching shadows of doubt. The flicker of the sacred fire danced in the wind, a beacon in the darkness, inviting each soul to ponder their place in this grand narrative. The gods watched, their presence felt in the quiet moments and the loud celebrations, and the people, in their joys and sorrows, continued to seek connection, their hearts ever yearning for the divine embrace. The story of their lives was woven intricately with the beliefs that guided them, an endless cycle of hope and faith that would not cease, even as the world around them transformed. In the flickering shadows of a fading sun, the scent of blood and sweat hung thick in the air, mingling with the dust of the battlefield. Rome was alive, pulsing with the raw energy of warriors preparing for war. The clash of metal rang out, drowning the cries of men, as the voices of the gods echoed in the hearts of soldiers. It was here, amidst the chaos and valor, that the divine pantheon of war gods stirred, their presence felt in every heartbeat, every breath taken before the storm. Mars, the fierce embodiment of battle and bloodshed, stood tall and proud. His armor gleamed like the sun, reflecting the fiery determination of a nation. He was not just a god. He was the very spirit of Rome, a protector and a harbinger of conflict. The stories whispered among the legionnaires spoke of his dual nature, both a god of war and a deity of agriculture, a reminder that from destruction comes renewal. His sacred grove on the outskirts of the city was a hallowed ground, where Romans prayed for strength, victory, and the chance to return home to their families. Beneath the watchful gaze of Mars, the soldiers felt invincible, ready to charge into the unknown, their souls ignited with purpose. But Mars was not alone in this grand tapestry of warfare. Bellona, the fierce goddess of war, danced in the background, her presence formidable and electric. Clad in flowing red robes that seemed to shimmer with a life of their own, she wielded a bloody sword, a symbol of her unyielding commitment to the battle. Her voice rang out like a battle cry, echoing through the hearts of the warriors, urging them forward into the fray. She was both feared and revered, a reminder that war was not just a man's pursuit, but a fierce dance of life and death, entwined with the fate of nations. As dusk settled over the horizon, shadows lengthened, and stories of triumph and tragedy whispered through the campfires. Soldiers huddled together, recounting tales of Mars and Bellona, their voices trembling with reverence. They spoke of how Bellona's tears could turn the tide of battle, her sorrow for fallen comrades fueling their courage. These stories became lifelines, binding the soldiers to the gods, each tale a prayer woven into the fabric of their lives. In the corners of ancient temples, other war gods lingered, each with their unique tales of vengeance and valor. Minerva, the wise goddess of wisdom and warfare, offered guidance on the battlefield, her strategic brilliance piercing through the haze of confusion. Soldiers sought her favor, hoping her wisdom would lead them to victory. A prayer to Minerva before the clash of swords became a ritual, a way to blend intellect with brute strength, reminding warriors that war was not only won by the sword but by the mind. Then there was Quirinus, the guardian of peace and war, who watched over the soldiers like a vigilant sentinel. His role was often overlooked, but in the quiet moments before dawn, when the world held its breath, he offered solace and hope. He represented the balance between chaos and order, the thin line that separated a noble cause from mindless bloodshed. The soldiers found comfort in his presence, a reminder that even in the depths of war, there was a chance for peace, a dream of unity buried beneath layers of conflict. As the battles raged on, tales of the gods seeped into the very soil of Rome. The soldiers, emboldened by the divine influence, gripped their swords tighter, eyes gleaming with anticipation. With a roar, they surged forward, propelled by the whispers of their gods. The clash of steel rang through the air, a symphony of chaos, as Mars and Bellona orchestrated the dance of destruction. Each blow struck was a message to the heavens, a testament to their devotion. The tension was palpable as a cloud of dust erupted around the warriors, obscuring their vision, but fueling their fervor. In this swirling chaos, the gods watched, their eyes fierce and wide, feeling the emotions of their followers ripple through time and space. A surge of adrenaline coursed through the soldiers, a connection to something greater than themselves, a bond forged in the fires of conflict. As the battle unfolded, legends were born, moments that would be whispered for generations. A soldier, cornered and outnumbered, felt the fiery spirit of Mars ignite his heart, pushing him beyond human limits. With a single, resounding strike, he felled an enemy twice his size, a testament to the divine strength gifted to him by the god of war. His cry echoed through the ranks, a rallying call that inspired others to rise, arms raised not just in defiance but filled with the vigor of their gods. Bellona, watching from the ethereal realm, surged with pride, her spirit intertwining with the souls of the brave. She danced among them, her laughter mingling with the clash of swords, reminding the soldiers that even in the darkest moments, they were not alone. Each battleground became sacred under her watch, a canvas painted with the colors of loyalty and sacrifice. As night fell and the stars blinked awake, the air was thick with the weight of loss and glory. The remnants of the battle lay scattered, stories of heroism etched into the memories of the survivors. Around every campfire, the soldiers spoke in hushed tones of their experiences, their eyes reflecting the flickering flames. They felt the presence of Mars and Bellona with every heartbeat, a tangible force that connected them to the gods and to each other. Amidst the stories, the tension remained, a living thread that bound the past to the present, the soldiers to their ancestors, and the living to the divine. The gods were not mere figures of stone and myth. They were living forces that shaped the destiny of Rome, breathing life into the very fabric of its being. And as the night deepened, the soldiers sensed that their tales were far from over, the whispers of their gods guiding them into the unknown, where new legends awaited, ready to unfold in the relentless embrace of fate. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the sprawling reaches of ancient Rome. A clamorous crowd surged through the streets, their voices a mixture of fervor and fear. The air crackled with anticipation, charged with the electric energy of a city on the brink of war. At the center of this chaos stood a towering figure, clad in gleaming armor, his sword reflecting the last glimmers of sunlight. He was not just a soldier. He was a living embodiment of the military cult's unwavering might, revered by his comrades and feared by his enemies. As the legionnaires marched, Their boots thundered against the cobblestones like a heartbeat, steady and resolute. Each step resonated with the weight of generations, echoing the sacrifices of countless men who had fought and died for Rome. The military cult was not merely a collection of warriors. It was a sacred bond, a brotherhood forged in blood and honor. The soldiers were more than instruments of war. They were the chosen ones, handpicked by gods who demanded loyalty, valor, and an unyielding spirit. In the shadows of the towering Colosseum, whispers floated through the air, tales of battles won and lost, of heroes who had become legends. The cult celebrated these warriors in grand rituals, invoking the protection of Mars, the deity of war. On the eve of battle, soldiers gathered around the flickering flames of sacred altars, the scent of burning offerings mingling with their fervent prayers. They sought strength, guidance, and the fierce courage that had fueled Rome's conquests for centuries. But the military cult was not just about glory. It was also a fierce protector of the Roman state. Every soldier understood the gravity of his role. The empire stretched beyond the horizon, a vast and diverse land teeming with both opportunity and threats. Each soldier, standing shoulder to shoulder with his comrades, felt the weight of an entire civilization pressing upon him. They were not merely fighting for personal honor, but embodying the spirit of Rome itself. With every clash of swords, the fate of their city hung in the balance, and the military cult became a living testament to that fight. As dusk settled, the soldiers would often gather under the stars, sharing stories of past victories that sent shivers down their spines. The tales of brave men who had fought against overwhelming odds ignited a fire within their hearts. They spoke of General Scipio, who faced down the Carthaginian might at Zama, and of the fearless centurions who had carved their names into the annals of history. In those moments, the line between the divine and the mortal blurred. They were more than mere men. They were warriors touched by the gods, destined for greatness. Yet there was a darkness that loomed over the cult as well. The very fervor that unified the soldiers could lead to fanaticism. Some would come to see themselves as invincible, believing that their devotion shielded them from the horrors of battle. In the heat of war, the cheers of glory could quickly turn to cries for vengeance as the bloodlust consumed them. The military cult had to balance honor with a deep-rooted responsibility. For every victory they celebrated, there were lives lost, families shattered, and cities turned to ash. The tension in the air was palpable as the generals prepared their armies for the next campaign. The priests, clad in ceremonial garb, would draw sacred symbols in the dust, invoking the favor of the gods with chants that reverberated through the ranks. The soldiers stood, their faces painted with the rich hues of war, each man a vessel of collective hope and fear. They were not just soldiers. They were the embodiment of Rome's relentless ambition, ready to charge headfirst into the unknown. In a remote outpost, a young soldier named Marcus felt the weight of this legacy heavy on his chest. With every sunrise, he trained until his body ached, driven by the desire to prove himself worthy of the military cult's revered status. He dreamed of glory, of standing among the legends of Rome, but he also bore the burden of knowing that honor came at a price. As he gripped his sword tightly, he could almost hear the voices of those who had come before him, calling him to rise above fear and doubt. The military cult ceremonies were magnificent spectacles, a blend of solemnity and celebration. On the day a new general was appointed, the ranks would swell, filled with soldiers adorned in their finest armor, their hearts pounding with pride and fear. The moment the general stepped forward to address his troops, a hush would fall over the assembly. He would invoke the names of past heroes, urging them to remember their sacrifices, reminding each soldier that they were part of something larger than themselves. Tears of pride would glisten in the eyes of seasoned warriors, while younger soldiers felt an unquenchable fire ignite within them. But beneath this noble facade lay a simmering tension. Rivalries between different legions could explode at any moment. The camaraderie forged in the heat of battle was a double-edged sword. One moment, they fought as brothers. The next, they could turn against one another in a deadly struggle for supremacy. The military cult's fervor often spiraled into rivalry, fueling a dangerous cycle where ambition clashed with unity, threatening to tear apart the very fabric of their shared devotion. As the drums of war echoed in the distance, anticipation mixed with dread. The soldiers awaited their orders, each man acutely aware that the next battle could be his last. The military cult was a constant reminder of their purpose, but beneath the surface, uncertainty brewed. Were they fighting for Rome, or were they simply pawns in a game played by the powerful? Their hearts raced with a mixture of pride and fear, knowing that their lives hung in the balance. In this charged atmosphere, a sense of destiny loomed large. The military cult, with its ancient roots and sacred traditions, served not only as a bond of brotherhood, but also as a mirror reflecting the complexities of loyalty, honor, and ambition. Each soldier stood at the precipice of history, ready to leap into the unknown, driven by the fierce desire to carve their legacy into the stone of time. As the first stars blinked into existence, the soldiers whispered their prayers, each breath a promise to their forebears, to their comrades, and to Rome itself. They understood that the military cult was the very soul of their civilization, a vibrant and tumultuous tapestry woven from blood and honor, a blend of ancient rites and the relentless pursuit of glory. With every heartbeat, they knew they were bound together in this sacred struggle, a struggle that would echo through the ages, forever entwined with the fate of the empire they served. The air crackled with an electric tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that danced across the sacred grounds. In the twilight glow, a flickering fire cast its warmth on the faces gathered in anticipation. Each person held a breath, teetering on the edge of hope and fear. This was no ordinary night. It was a night of divination, a night when they would seek favor from gods who resided in the stormy clouds and whispering winds. In ancient times, the act of divination was a bridge between mortals and the divine. The ancestors had whispered tales of how the unseen forces shaped the world, and how those who knew the secrets of the gods could bend fate to their will. The weight of history pressed down on their shoulders, for they were heirs to a tradition rich with blood, sweat, and tears. Each flicker of the flame echoed the heartbeat of generations past, and the air was thick with an urgency only the desperate could understand. In that circle, an elder named Alicia, her gray hair braided with wildflowers, stood at the center. Her hands shook slightly, not from age but from the anticipation of what was to come. She was a seasoned seer, a keeper of rituals that had been passed down through the ages. The villagers whispered that she had seen the future in dreams, a gift both revered and feared. As she prepared the sacred items, bones, herbs, and sacred oils, her heart thudded like a drum, echoing the silent prayers of those surrounding her. With a deep breath, Alicia began to chant, her voice a melodic weaving of ancient words that seemed to vibrate with life. Each syllable fell from her lips like a pebble dropped into a still pond, sending ripples of energy through the gathered crowd. They closed their eyes, allowing the sound to wash over them, hoping to catch a glimpse of the divine. As she spoke, the air turned thick with incense, wrapping around their senses, blurring the lines between the material world and the ethereal realm. The flames flickered wildly, casting eerie shadows that seemed to breathe along with the gathered people. Alicia held a small bone in her hands, turning it over as if it contained the very essence of fate itself. She closed her eyes, her mind opening up to the whispers of the universe. Suddenly, the night erupted with a thunderous crack. A bolt of lightning sliced through the sky, illuminating the gathering with an unholy light. Gasps filled the air as the villagers clutched each other, their eyes wide with fear and awe. In that moment, they felt a pulse, a connection, as if the gods were watching, waiting, and most importantly, listening. Alicia's voice rose above the fear, steady and commanding, drawing them back from the brink of panic. She cast the bone onto the ground, watching with bated breath as it settled. The shape it formed would dictate their fate, revealing the will of the gods. Each twist and turn of the bone spoke a language only Alicia understood. The villagers leaned closer, their hearts racing in unison, praying for a sign that would lead them to prosperity or perhaps shield them from impending doom. The bone had landed in a way that suggested a journey was ahead, a path fraught with challenges but lined with potential. Alicia's heart raced, The gods had spoken, but the message was cryptic. Whispers of uncertainty washed over her, mingling with the hopeful gazes of those around her. They were not simply seeking answers. They were yearning for assurance, for glimpses of bright tomorrows that felt so incredibly fragile. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, their world shifting with an unearthly force. The villagers looked around, eyes filled with both fear and excitement. Alicia, sensing the powerful energy surging through the earth, held her ground. She opened her mouth to speak, but before she could form the words, a voice echoed through the night, profound and ancient. It rippled through them, sending shivers down their spines, binding them together in a moment of shared wonder and terror. "Change is upon you," the voice sang, resonating in ways too profound for mere words. "Embrace the trials that await, for they carry the seeds of your destiny." The villagers felt a chill creep up their spines, the words settling deep within their hearts. While the spirit of fear could have led them to despair, a fire ignited in their souls. Hope flickered like the flames before them, battling against the shadows of uncertainty. Alicia inhaled deeply, allowing the energy of the moment to flow through her, letting it guide her. "Prepare yourselves," she urged, her voice steady. "The favor of the gods comes not without trials. You must be willing to walk through fire to reach the light." A murmur of acceptance rippled through the crowd. They understood that divination was not simply about receiving blessings. It was a pact, a promise between the mortals and their mighty deities. The gods demanded courage, resilience, and unwavering faith. The villagers' hearts swelled with a mix of fear and determination. As the night wore on, Alicia led them through the rituals that would prepare their spirits for the challenges ahead. Each chant, each offering made, was a thread woven into the tapestry of their fate. The fire danced higher, its light illuminating the faces of those gathered, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the moment. They were not just participants in a ritual. They were warriors ready to face whatever lay ahead. The stars above began to twinkle into existence, winking down as if in acknowledgement. The villagers felt the weight of their ancestors watching over them, the echoes of past rituals reverberating through time. Each heartbeat felt like a drum roll, urging them forward into the unknown. Alicia continued her incantations, and the air shimmered with a palpable energy, thick with promise and danger intertwined. In that sacred circle, they stood united, not knowing what lay beyond the veil, but feeling the unmistakable call of destiny. The gods had stirred, and they were ready to respond. The air was heavy with possibility, thickening the atmosphere to a point that felt almost electric. The villagers could sense it, the ancient power swirling around them, waiting for them to take the next step into the unfolding mystery of what was to come. A chilling wind swept through the ancient village, rustling the leaves of the sacred trees that stood sentinel over the rituals of preparation. Flickering torches cast dancing shadows on the stone walls, their flames almost whispering secrets of the past. The air was thick with anticipation, each breath charged with the weight of history and tradition. As the sun dipped behind the horizon, the villagers gathered, their hearts beating in unison, a drum roll for the sacred ceremonies that would soon unfold. In the center of the gathering, a lone figure moved with grace, her hands gliding over the offerings laid out before her. She was the high priestess, draped in flowing garments of white, symbolizing purity. Each step she took was deliberate, every gesture steeped in meaning. The villagers watched, entranced, as she prepared for the ritual of purification that would soon sweep through the crowd like a cleansing tide. With a gentle wave of her hand, she summoned the first element of the ritual water, sacred and refreshing. A large basin filled with crystal-clear liquid sparkled in the light, reflecting the flickering flames. The priestess dipped her hands into the water, letting droplets cascade like tiny diamonds. Murmurs of reverence rippled through the crowd as she began to chant softly, her voice rising in a melodic prayer, invoking the spirits of their ancestors. It was a haunting sound, echoing off the stones, filling the air with an otherworldly energy. As she lifted her hands from the basin, she sprinkled the water over the gathered villagers. Each droplet felt like a blessing, washing away the burdens of the past. The grief, the anger, the fear. Eyes closed, heads bowed, they surrendered to the moment, allowing the water to purify their hearts and minds. The tension in the air transformed into a peaceful stillness, a palpable connection between the living and the spirits that lingered just beyond their sight. Next came the offerings, a vibrant array of fruits, grains, and flowers artfully arranged around the altar. Each item held a story, a symbol of gratitude and hope. The priestess selected an apple, its skin glistening like rubies in the twilight. She raised it high, her voice ringing clear as she offered it to the divine. "For abundance," she proclaimed, the words soaring into the night, echoing off the walls like a sacred vow. One by one, the villagers stepped forward, their hands trembling with reverence as they placed their own offerings on the altar. A handful of grains, a sprig of rosemary, even a simple stone, each item carried a piece of their soul, a token of their devotion. The air crackled with energy as the gifts piled higher, forming a mountain of hopes and dreams. The ritual grew in intensity, each offering amplifying the sacred atmosphere, weaving a tapestry of emotion that enveloped them all. The priestess stepped back, allowing the offerings to bask in the glow of the firelight. The flames flickered higher, responding to the gathering energy, twisting and turning as if they had a life of their own. "Spirits of the land, hear our call," she cried, her voice rising to a crescendo. The villagers echoed her words, their voices intermingling in a tapestry of sound, a chorus of longing and connection. As the flames danced, a sudden gust of wind swept through the gathering, turning the torches into wild, flickering beasts. Gasps erupted as shadows morphed and twisted, and for a brief moment, the villagers felt the presence of those who had come before them. They were the guardians, the ancestors who whispered encouragement, fueling the fire of their hopes. The air thickened with emotion. Sorrow, joy, loss, love, all mingled together in a bittersweet embrace. The high priestess returned her gaze to the altar, her heart pounding against her chest. The offerings shimmered under the fire's glow, each one a prayer sent into the cosmos. But something was amiss. A feeling of urgency pulsed beneath the surface, a silent call that urged her to dig deeper. She reached for a handful of herbs, their scent intoxicating, grounding her in the moment. With each herb, she invoked the spirits of healing, protection, and guidance. As she mixed them together, the villagers felt a stirring within, a deep yearning that echoed through their souls. The herbs, once mere plants, began to radiate warmth, filling the air with a sweet aroma. It was a scent steeped in promise, a promise of renewal and rebirth. The priestess closed her eyes, her heart a vessel overflowing with emotion, each beat syncing with the rhythm of the earth beneath her. Then, as if in response to their collective energy, the ground trembled slightly, a subtle reminder of the power they wielded together. The villagers exchanged glances, a mix of fear and exhilaration dancing in their eyes. What would come next? What awaited them on the other side of this ritual? Excitement coursed through them, a current of possibility that tingled at the tips of their fingers. The priestess opened her eyes, locking her gaze on the altar. It was time for the final offering, one that would seal their intentions and set their prayers free into the night. She selected a vibrant, golden candle and placed it among the offerings. With trembling hands, she lit it, and the flame blazed to life as if it had been waiting for this very moment. "May this light guide our way," she proclaimed, her voice steady and strong. "Let it illuminate our paths and bless our offerings." The villagers held their breath as the flicker of the candle illuminated their faces, each one filled with hope and yearning. In that moment, the world felt alive with possibility, a bridge between the mundane and the mystical. Time seemed suspended, and the air crackled with electric anticipation. The priestess raised her arms high, inviting the spirits to join them, to witness their offerings and blessings. The shadows danced, swirling around them, and the villagers felt a stirring in their chests, a swelling of emotion that threatened to spill over. They were not alone. They were surrounded by the whispers of those who had come before, the wisdom of the ages wrapping around them like a warm embrace. With hearts pounding and eyes shining bright, they stood together, united in their purpose. The ritual had awakened something powerful within them, a fire that refused to be extinguished, a promise that the night was still young and full of surprises. The energy surged, and the air thickened with possibility, as they prepared to step forward into the unknown, ready to meet whatever came next with open hearts and unwavering spirits. In the shadow of looming mountains, with the scent of damp earth mingling with the tang of iron and sweat, an army readied itself for battle. Hundreds of men stood shoulder to shoulder, their hearts pounding like war drums, their eyes scanning the horizon for signs. But they were not alone in their anticipation. Among them walked figures draped in flowing robes, their heads crowned with laurel wreaths, priests and augurs, the guardians of sacred knowledge and harbingers of omens. A hush fell over the soldiers as the high priest stepped forward, a heavy silence pregnant with expectation. These men were not merely conduits for rituals but the lifeblood of the army's morale. As the sun dipped low, casting an orange glow over the camp, they began their incantations, voices rising and falling like the tide. The flicker of torches illuminated the determined faces of the soldiers. When prayers were uttered, they were not just words. They became threads weaving a tapestry of hope, courage, and fervent belief in victory. The soldiers felt it in their bones. The power of faith could tilt the balance of fate. They gathered around a sacred altar, a simple stone slab carved with ancient symbols. It was here that the priests prepared for the act of divination, seeking the will of the gods. To the untrained eye, it was just a ritual, but to the soldiers, it was everything. Fear and uncertainty danced in the air like restless spirits, and the augur's role was to quell that fear. They would look to the skies, the flight patterns of birds, the entangled branches of trees, the patterns of animal entrails. Each sign was a message, a whisper from the divine that could guide the army or doom them before the first sword was drawn. The high priest, his face etched with lines of wisdom and weariness, focused on the flickering flames of a sacrificial fire. His heart raced as he called upon the gods, imploring them to grant favor to the men of valor gathered before him. And then the moment arrived. The crackling fire sent sparks soaring into the twilight, and the soldiers held their breath. Would the augurs see a victory, or would they carry the heavy burden of warning? The air felt electric, charged with the collective hopes of every soldier present. Then it happened. A hawk swooped low, its wings cutting through the air with a silent grace, landing just beyond the altar. The augurs exchanged glances, their eyes wide and glimmering with meaning. The hawk, a symbol of divine favor, had brought with it an omen of triumph. Cheers erupted among the men, the sound echoing like thunder across the valley. Hope surged through their veins, and the fear that had threatened to consume them turned into a roaring fire of determination. But the priests knew that omens were not always clear, nor were they infallible. In a nearby camp, a rival army prepared for its own encounter, and their priests were also interpreting the signs. The air hummed with tension as the sun began to sink below the horizon, casting an ominous shadow over the land. Each army believed they had the favor of the gods, but in war, belief could be as fickle as the wind. That night, as the campfires flickered in the darkness, the priests gathered once more. They shared stories of past victories, of battles won through faith and divine intervention. They spoke of heroes who had drawn strength from the blessings of the gods, and the air was thick with emotion. Soldiers young and old listened, their hearts swelling with pride and fear. In those moments, the priests became more than just religious figures. They were the architects of courage, the weavers of destiny. Then came the dawn, fraught with anticipation. The priests stood at the forefront, their robes billowing like banners in the wind, eyes sharp with the urgency of the moment. They performed their rituals anew, cleansing the soldiers with holy water, murmuring prayers that rose up like smoke into the morning sky. Every word was laced with hope and desperation, a plea for protection and strength. As the two armies met on the battlefield, the clash of steel rang out like a death knell. The priests remained at the rear, their hearts in sync with the chaos unfolding before them. They raised their hands to the heavens, invoking the gods, the very forces that had led these men to this moment. Each fallen soldier echoed like a heartbeat, a reminder of the stakes that lay before them. In the throes of battle, the augurs watched for signs amidst the chaos, seeking guidance in the unpredictable dance of fate. The flight of birds overhead, the way the wind shifted, the cries of the wounded, each moment held weight, and each interpretation could change the tide of war. Their hearts ached for the fallen, knowing that each life lost was a prayer unanswered, a sacrifice made in the name of glory. The priests turned their gaze to the horizon, where the sun began to rise again, casting rays of light upon the blood-soaked ground. They felt the tremors of the earth beneath their feet, the pulse of life and death intertwining in a sacred rhythm. A chill ran down their spines as they realized that the role they played in this harrowing theater was one not just of faith, but of survival. They were not merely interpreters of omens. They were a crucial thread in the fabric of destiny, holding the lives of thousands in their hands. As the battle raged on, the cries of the wounded mingled with fervent prayers. The priests and augurs stood unwavering, their spirits intertwined with the fate of the warriors they served. They felt the weight of history pressing down on them, the echoes of those who had come before, their ancestors, their gods, and the soldiers who had fought and fallen. The tension in the air was palpable, an unspoken bond that tied the priests to the battlefield. They understood the sacred trust placed upon them, to guide, to protect, and to ensure that the spirits of the brave never faded into oblivion. And as the sun rose higher, illuminating the chaos below, the priests continued to chant, their voices mingling with the clamor of swords and shields, a haunting melody of hope and despair. In that moment, they became more than men of faith. They were the very essence of life itself, standing between the realms of the living and the dead. And the soldiers, their hearts beating as one, fought not just for victory, but for the very belief that their sacrifices would be honored, that the gods were listening, and that the battle, where every moment dripped with significance, would shape the course of their lives forever. The wind howled through the dry branches, sounding almost like a whisper, carrying with it the weight of something unspoken. A lone crow perched on a gnarled tree, its beady eyes scanning the horizon, sensing the change in the air. In ancient times, this simple scene would have sent shivers down the spines of those who witnessed it. They would have felt the electricity of uncertainty, of possibility. Omens were everywhere, etched into the very fabric of nature, waiting to be interpreted, to guide or to warn. In the flickering shadows of a village, the old wise man sat outside his hut, the evening sun casting long shadows that danced across the ground. His wrinkled hands moved deftly as he examined the earth, sifting the cool soil through his fingers. To the untrained eye, it was simply dirt, but to him it spoke volumes. The color of the soil could predict rain. The presence of certain insects could forecast a good harvest. Nature was a language he had learned to read, a silent script written by the universe itself. Some villagers believed in the power of omens so fiercely that they would pause at the first sight of a falling star. To watch one streak across the sky was to witness fate in action. Children would point upwards, gasping in delight, while elders would murmur prayers, asking for guidance. Each flash of light was a message, an invitation to ponder what lay ahead. What lay behind those mere moments of wonder was an entire history of belief, a tapestry woven with the threads of human experience and nature's own narratives. The great Roman philosopher Cicero once said, "The gods send omens to signal their will." This was more than mere superstition. It was a call to pay attention. In Rome, the augurs, who studied the flight of birds, were respected figures. Their interpretations of natural signs could sway decisions on war, peace, and even the fate of emperors. When they reported unusual bird formations, it wasn't just a passing curiosity. It was a moment that could change the course of history. Every flap of a wing, every call echoed in the sacred halls of power, where the air crackled with tension and the weight of expectation. Travel eastward to the ancient lands of Mesopotamia, where priests would scrutinize the behavior of animals. If a goat stumbled or a bird landed awkwardly, it was seen as a portent. The people thrived on these signs, their lives intricately intertwined with the whims of the natural world. They understood that the earth, the sky, and all living things held secrets that could influence their lives. A darkened sky might foretell a storm, and even the slightest tremor in the ground could send waves of fear through a village. Nature, in its raw and unpredictable glory, was a relentless teacher, and every sign needed careful attention. Fast forward to the chilling tales of the Middle Ages, a time steeped in superstition and fear. A raven's call could send villagers running, fearing the presence of death. In the flickering light of candlelit homes, parents would recount tales of ill omens, their voices low and trembling, as shadows danced on the walls. A broken mirror, a black cat crossing one's path, or even a sudden chill in the air could signal impending doom. People were captivated, their hearts pounding with the thrill of anticipation, believing that fate could be altered by their actions. The weight of the unknown loomed large, and omens became a way to navigate the treacherous waters of life. But how many have sat beneath the wide-open sky, feeling the weight of an unexplainable sensation, the hair on their necks standing at attention, the air thick with emotion as they witnessed a storm brewing on the horizon? Thunder cracked, echoing like the heartbeat of a restless giant. The clouds gathered, swirling with dark foreboding. In those moments, something primal stirred within, a connection to the ancestral knowledge of signs and signals that had been passed down through generations. A sudden gust of wind sent leaves swirling, and the villagers gathered, eyes wide with anticipation. They exchanged worried glances, each person feeling the pull of the moment. The air was thick with unspoken words as they awaited the manifestation of their fears or hopes. When the first drops of rain fell, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief or gasped in worry, depending on the message they believed the sky had sent. Those moments were charged with an energy that could only be felt: the thrill of possibility, the fear of consequence, and the hope for redemption. In the quiet corners of history, beggars and nobles alike turned their eyes to the heavens, searching for answers and guidance. The stars twinkled with promises, yet also held warnings, an endless cycle of trust and trepidation. It was said that the alignment of planets could predict prosperity or disaster, and so people turned to their astrologers, desperate for insight into the handwriting of the cosmos. The significance of omens extends beyond mere signs. They serve as a bridge between the known and the unknown. The powerful emotions they evoke are a testament to humanity's desire to connect with something greater than themselves. As the moon waxed and waned, and as seasons shifted, people found solace in the rituals surrounding omens. Each whisper of nature was a reminder of their place in the vast universe, a beckoning call to listen intently, to reflect deeply. With each passing moment, the tension grew. What would the next sign reveal? Would it bring joy or sorrow? As each villager gazed skyward, contemplating their own stories, the air crackled with anticipation. It was in this interplay of fear and hope that the true beauty of omens lay, a reflection of the human spirit, forever searching, forever yearning for clarity amidst the chaos of existence. In the midst of nature, the cycle of life and death, of fortune and misfortune, remained an eternal dance, leaving the audience breathless and eagerly awaiting what was to come next. The sun hung low in the sky, casting golden rays that danced upon the forum, where history whispered in the wind. The people gathered, their faces a mix of anticipation and anxiety, eyes wide as they awaited the sacred ceremony of the Officiales. This was no ordinary gathering. It was the moment that could tip the scales between war and peace, a ritual steeped in tradition that held the power to bind the fate of Rome. As the Officiales emerged, clad in the solemn white robes that marked their status as priests of Jupiter, a hush fell over the crowd. They carried with them the weight of centuries, a legacy that pulsed with the energy of countless rites performed before. The air was thick with the scent of incense and the sound of chanting, drawing everyone closer to the heart of what could be. A plea for peace or a declaration of war. Tension crackled like lightning in the air. The Officiales moved with purpose, their feet barely touching the ground as they approached the sacred spot, a designated boundary between the realm of mortals and the divine. Each step echoed with the memories of sacrifices made, prayers offered, and treaties forged. The sound was a reminder of the choices that lay ahead, choices that could either heal or tear asunder. With a solemnity that sent shivers down spines, the chief Officialis raised his hands, palms open to the sky, as the crowd held its breath. He began to recite the ancient incantations, words that had been passed down through generations, words that had once summoned the wrath of gods and the blessings of peace. His voice, steady and unwavering, wove through the air, rich with the emotional weight of what was at stake. Each syllable was a thread in the tapestry of destiny, binding his people to a fate they all felt but could not fully grasp. In that moment, the stakes were crystal clear. The Officialis invoked Jupiter, the king of gods, calling for guidance. With every invocation, the tension mounted. What if Jupiter did not respond favorably? What if this was the moment that set armies against each other, where brother would face brother on the battlefield? The crowd seemed to collectively hold its breath, hearts pounding in unison, feeling the gravity of fate hanging in the balance. As the incantation reached its crescendo, a sudden silence enveloped the forum. It was as if the world had paused, waiting for the gods to speak. The chief Officialis bowed his head, his eyes closed, and in that stillness, hope mingled with fear. Would the gods favor them, or would they turn their faces away, leaving humanity to its devices? Suddenly, a soft breeze rustled through the crowd, carrying with it the scent of freshly turned earth. The people exchanged glances, some hopeful, others fearful. The Officialis, ever mindful of their duty, did not flinch. Their resolve was unwavering, but even they could feel the weight of uncertainty, an emotional tide rising within them. With the ritual drawing closer to its climax, the chief Officialis produced a sacred twig, symbolizing the olive branch of peace. This was the moment when intentions turned tangible. He held the branch high, allowing its leaves to catch the golden light, and called upon the gathered assembly to witness the offering. A pledge to seek peace, a promise that if the gods would grant them favor, all efforts would be made to avoid the horrors of war. But even as he spoke, a rumble of thunder echoed in the distance, an ominous sign that made the skin of the onlookers prickle. The Officialis exchanged worried glances. Was this a warning? The crowd shifted uneasily, the tension like a taut string ready to snap. They felt the electric charge of fate swirling around them, a palpable reminder that peace was never guaranteed, but rather a fragile thread that required constant nurturing. Then, as if the heavens answered, a brilliant flash illuminated the sky, and with it, the chief Officialis again raised his voice, now filled with fervor. If war must come, let it come with honor. Let it come with the understanding that the blood spilled will be that of men, not of brothers. His words were a rallying cry, their emotional weight pushing the air forward, urging the people to stand united. In that moment, the ceremony transformed. It was no longer just a ritual. It became an embodiment of their hopes and fears. The Officialis, feeling the intensity of the moment, began to chant louder, voices blending into a chorus that seemed to rise above the very sky itself, calling upon the gods with an urgency that resonated deep within the souls of the spectators. As the final words of the incantation echoed, a sudden stillness fell once more. The chief Officialis stood tall, his heart racing as he awaited the response from the divine. The crowd leaned forward, breaths held, eyes wide. Was it peace they would receive or the drumroll of war? And then, from the distance, came a sound, a faint yet unmistakable chorus of voices, the murmurs of a returning delegation, emissaries who had ventured forth to seek an audience with the enemy. Hope surged through the gathered masses, yet fear lingered like a shadow, an invisible weight pressing down on their hearts. Would the words of the Officialis carry the weight necessary to change hearts, to turn swords into plowshares? With the sky darkening above, mirroring the tumult within, the Officialis prepared for the next phase, their roles more crucial than ever. The ritual, a bridge between sacred and mundane, demanded their full attention. The air thrummed with anticipation, emotions swirling like leaves caught in a tempest. The people could sense the shift, the pull towards a decision that could forever alter the course of their lives. As they continued, The officiales channeled the energy of the crowd, their emotions intertwining with the ancient rites, urging the heavens to favor peace. The bond between the divine and the mortal was palpable, and somehow, amidst the uncertainty, a flicker of hope ignited in the hearts of all present. With the olive branch held high, they stood at the edge of something monumental, something that went beyond mere ritual, a testament to the power of unity in the face of chaos, where every heartbeat echoed the age-old struggle for peace. As the last vestiges of daylight faded, the ceremony reached its zenith, and the air crackled with the promise of what was to come. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a fiery glow over the battlefield, where soldiers stood lined in formation, their hearts racing with anticipation. They could feel the weight of history pressing down upon them, a palpable tension that crackled in the air. Among them, standards waved defiantly in the wind, banners that bore the weight of their ancestors' hopes and prayers. Each one was more than just a piece of cloth. It was a symbol, a living embodiment of divine protection and the rallying cry for warriors who dared to face the darkness. When the Roman legions marched, they carried with them the proud standards of their legions, adorned with the eagle, an emblem of Jupiter himself. This sacred bird soared above the tumult of war, an assertion that the gods watched over them. To lose a standard was to lose more than just a flag. It was to suffer a profound spiritual defeat. The soldiers could still hear the tales passed down through the ages, the time when a legion, facing overwhelming odds, felt the strength of the eagle guiding their swords, urging them to push through the chaos, fueled by the belief that divine intervention was at their backs. In the thick of battle, the clash of swords and the cries of men created a symphony of chaos. Yet amidst it all, the fluttering banners stood tall. Each swirl of fabric was a reminder of the unyielding spirit of the fighters who rallied under it. The knights of the Middle Ages bore their coats of arms, each emblem telling a story of valor, family, and the unwavering presence of a higher power watching from above. As they charged into the fray, their hearts beat in sync with the colors that danced upon their shields. A vivid tapestry woven from sacrifice and honor, whispering promises of divine protection. In every corner of the world, from the fierce warriors of Japan, who carried their standards adorned with the rising sun, to the proud banners of the Aztecs, depicted with fearsome gods and mythical creatures, the message was the same. These standards were not mere objects. They held the very essence of courage and divine favor. In the heat of battle, when fear threatened to overtake a soldier's heart, they would catch sight of their standard and feel a surge of resolve wash over them. It was as if the very fabric contained the strength of their ancestors, urging them to fight for glory, for homeland, and for the divine. The effects of these symbols were profound. A soldier could feel a sense of invincibility surge through them, a connection that transcended the physical realm. It was said that when the mighty Genghis Khan led his hordes across the steppes, he did so under a sky filled with the spirits of his forebears. The standards of his empire represented not just power, but a promise that the heavens would protect those who fought valiantly. His men, inspired by the sight of the standard, charged forward with the ferocity of a storm, believing that they were the chosen ones, destined to carve their names into the annals of history. Yet, the burdens of these symbols were heavy. What would happen if a standard fell? If it were captured or destroyed? These were questions that haunted every soldier, for the loss of a banner was akin to losing faith itself. On the battlefield of Agincourt, the English longbowmen fought valiantly, their spirits anchored by the sight of the banners fluttering above them. Yet an ominous cloud loomed over them. As the French forces bore down, each Englishman felt the weight of their standard's legacy. When victory finally rang out, it was not just triumph over enemies, but a testament to the power of belief that held their spirits aloft through the darkest of times. The whispers of the past echoed through the ages, reminding every soldier that they were part of a greater tapestry, woven by the hands of fate and divine will. The standards served as a bridge between the earthly realm and the spiritual. When a banner rose high, it was an invitation for the heavens to intervene, for the gods to lend their strength. Across the centuries, there are tales of warriors who, in their darkest hour, felt a warm light envelop them as they fought under their emblem, convinced that they were not alone. As the sun began to set on yet another day of conflict, the remnants of battle lingered in the air. The soldiers knelt in quiet reverence beneath their standards, feeling the pride and the weight of those who had come before them. The banners, still waving in the fading light, were a call to honor, a reminder that they were part of a lineage that had fought for righteousness, for justice, and for the divine. Each thread woven into the fabric told a tale of sacrifice, camaraderie, and the unwavering belief that they were protected by forces greater than themselves. With each passing moment, the anticipation grew, and the stakes climbed higher. The soldiers' hearts beat in a rhythm that echoed through the ages, a drumroll of destiny that promised more than just survival. It promised glory. With their standards held high, they were not merely individuals but warriors bound by a sacred oath, ready to face whatever the fates had laid before them. The ethereal connection between them and their banners was palpable, whispering secrets of courage and protection, urging them to rise and charge into the unknown. The flicker of hope danced in their eyes as they prepared to step into the fray once more. Each soldier could feel the power of their standard coursing through them, a reminder of the divine protection that awaited them. And as they marched forward, the fading daylight illuminated their path, guiding them toward an uncertain destiny, where the intertwining of history and belief would shape the outcome of their fight, and perhaps the very future of their world. In the dim light of dawn, the air was thick with tension. Soldiers, clad in worn leather and chainmail, stood shoulder to shoulder in the clearing, their breaths forming fleeting clouds in the crisp morning chill. The clinking of swords and the rustle of armor created a symphony of unease, a disquiet that echoed in the hearts of the bravest warriors. They were all waiting, not for a command to move but for a sign from the heavens, something that would tip the balance of fate in their favor. At the center of this gathering, a small altar had been hastily erected. Its rough-hewn surface bore the scars of time, and its wooden frame was adorned with offerings gathered from the earth. A few wildflowers, a handful of coins, and scattered grains. Yet, it was the central figure of this ritual that drew the soldiers' gaze. A tethered goat, bleating softly, unaware of the grim task that lay ahead. The murmurs of the crowd grew, a wave of shared anticipation coursing through the ranks. This was not just any battle. This was a clash of destiny. Each warrior knew that sacrifice was the bridge between them and victory. It was a time-honored tradition, woven into the fabric of their culture, an unwavering belief that the gods demanded offerings before they would grant favor. The sun began to rise, casting a golden hue across the scene, but the warmth did little to ease the chill that gripped their hearts. As the chief priest stepped forward, clad in flowing robes that rustled like autumn leaves, silence fell over the crowd. His weathered hands trembled slightly as he raised a ceremonial dagger, its blade glinting ominously in the light. The goat responded to the tension with a frantic bleat, instinctively sensing the weight of its fate. This was a moment steeped in history, echoing the same rituals that had taken place generations before, where animals were seen as intermediaries between mortals and divine powers. The priest began to chant, words ancient and powerful rolling off his tongue like thunder. Each syllable resonated with the hearts of the warriors, igniting a fierce determination within them. They were not just fighting for land or glory. They were fighting for something greater, honor, tradition, and the very essence of their people. The air thickened with anticipation, charged with the unspoken fear and hope that clung to each soldier. As the dagger descended, a collective gasp rose from the crowd, a sound that mingled with the goat's desperate bleat. Blood flowed, spilling onto the altar, a stark contrast against the pale wood. It was a visceral offering, a reminder of mortality and the high stakes of battle. The warriors watched, entranced and horrified, as life ebbed from the creature. The priest continued his incantations, his voice rising and falling like the tide, calling upon the gods to accept this offering and bless them as they prepared to march into chaos. The ritual was a dance of shadow and light, the flickering flames from the altar casting a warm glow against the coldness of impending conflict. With the final words of the prayer, the priest raised his arms, palms open to the heavens, as if inviting the gods to descend upon them like warriors in the sky. The soldiers felt a shift, a palpable energy coursing through the air, a flicker of hope igniting deep within their chests. Just then, a hawk soared overhead, its sharp cry piercing the silence. The warriors looked up, some shielding their eyes against the sun. This was the signal they had longed for, a sign that the gods had accepted their sacrifice, that victory was within their grasp. The air buzzed with renewed vigor, as if the very earth beneath them was alive with anticipation. One young soldier, barely old enough to wield a sword, felt an overwhelming swell of emotions. Memories of his family, his village, flooded his mind, intertwining with the present moment. He thought of his father, a warrior who had laid down his life for their land, and the sacrifices made by those who came before him. This connection to the past anchored him, fueling his resolve. He clutched the hilt of his sword, feeling the cool metal against his palm, grounding him in the chaos and uncertainty that lay ahead. With the ritual complete, the soldiers began to chant, their voices rising in unison, a powerful declaration of their intent. It was a mantra of strength, of brotherhood, a pledge to protect one another as they faced the unknown. The rhythm of their voices echoed through the trees, a sound that promised both fear and ferocity. It stirred something primal within them, unlocking a fierce determination as they envisioned the battle that awaited. Yet, as their spirits soared, a shadow loomed just beyond the treeline. The enemy, unsuspecting yet ready, prepared for their own dance of death. They, too, had their rituals, their sacrifices, and their beliefs. The world was a tapestry of faith and fervor, and every heart beat with the same urgency, the same longing for victory against overwhelming odds. As the final echoes of their chant faded into the air, the soldiers turned towards the battlefield. The ground trembled beneath their feet, not from fear, but from the anticipation of glory and the taste of blood. They would carry the weight of their offering into the fray, their hearts aflame with the hope that their sacrifice would not be in vain. And so, with a sense of purpose that only the promise of battle could ignite, they marched forward into the unknown. Each step was heavy with the memories of those who had come before them, the weight of their sacrifices threaded into the fabric of their armor. The moment was charged with intensity, a surge of adrenaline coursing through their veins as they moved towards destiny. In the distance, the enemy awaited, their battle cry hanging in the air like a dark omen. The soldiers clutched their weapons tighter, a fierce resolve solidifying as they prepared to honor the sacrifices made on this sacred ground. They were not just men. They were warriors, bound together by history, tradition, and the fervent hope that the gods would stand with them in the storm that was about to unfold. The stage was set, and there was no turning back now. On a windswept battlefield, where the earth trembles under the weight of heavy boots, the air crackles with an unyielding tension. Soldiers, young men with dreams tucked away in their hearts, gather in a circle, their faces painted with mud and exhaustion. The sun begins to dip below the horizon, casting a blood-red light across the landscape, a foreboding omen of the struggles that lie ahead. In this moment, silence envelopes them, and all that can be heard is the whisper of the wind, carrying with it the weight of their unspoken fears. It is here that the language of the soldiers emerges, an urgent plea for protection, guidance, and strength. Their voices, raw and hoarse from the strain of war, rise together like a fragile hymn. God of our fathers, hear us now. They chant, weaving their hopes into the fabric of the night. Each word resonates with the pain of loss and the yearning for survival, echoing through the ages, a tradition as old as battle itself. Throughout history, soldiers have turned to prayers and invocations as a means of connecting with something greater than themselves. In the dark corners of history, from the blood-soaked fields of the Civil War to the trenches of World War I, men and women have sought solace in the familiar rhythms of their faith. Each invocation a lifeline in the chaos, a flicker of light amidst the shadows. The invocation of Saint Michael, the warrior angel, has been recited with fervor by countless soldiers, their voices trembling with both fear and resolve. Defend us in battle, they implore, as if chanting those words could summon the courage to face the onslaught. In the heat of battle, amidst the cacophony of gunfire and cries, The prayers become a ritual, an act of defiance against the unknown that looms ever closer. Soldiers clutching their rosaries, their fingers trembling, recite prayers that have crossed generations, binding them to a past filled with both valor and sacrifice. The Hail Mary flows from their lips, a whispered mantra in the face of uncertainty, each syllable a step towards reclaiming their humanity in the midst of horror. But it is not only faith that sustains them, it is also the shared experience of their comrades. In those fleeting moments before the storm of war descends, they exchange glances filled with unspoken promises. Together, we shall endure, their eyes say, as they lean into the power of their collective prayers. Each soldier's invocation becomes a vow, an assurance that no one will be left behind. Amidst the chaos, the language of the soldiers transforms into a powerful weapon, binding them together in a tapestry of hope. The cries for divine intervention resonate with the echoes of those who have fought before them. In the trenches of Verdun, soldiers clutched their rifles, their hearts pounding in unison as they cried out, "If you grant us strength, we will carry the weight of our brothers upon our backs." The language of prayer becomes an armor against despair, a means of channeling their fears into something tangible. They feel the presence of those who have come before them, grandfathers and fathers, all who have stood on the precipice of battle. The invocation of names, the uttering of sacred texts, creates an unbreakable bond that transcends time. As the sun sets and the shadows grow long, the soldiers find themselves enveloped in the embrace of their faith. They gather around flickering campfires, their faces illuminated by the dancing flames, and share stories of courage and resilience. Each tale is a prayer in its own right, a testament to the enduring spirit of those who have faced death yet chose to live. The stories weave together like threads in a tapestry, their hearts beating as one. With each flicker of the fire, the sacred becomes the ordinary. A soldier recalls the words of his mother, "Always pray for those you love, even in the darkest of times." And as he speaks, the others nod, their eyes glistening with tears that reflect unyielding hope. Together, they form a chorus of voices that rise into the night, a symphony of prayers echoing off the hills, a reminder that they are not alone. And yet, even amidst the prayers, a haunting fear lingers. The specter of doubt creeps in, whispering insidious thoughts. Will their prayers be enough? Will they return home to embrace their children? Or will the battlefield claim them? But the invocation of camaraderie prevails, their voices merging into a single, powerful entity that shatters the silence. Together, we face this night. They vow, each word a shield against the encroaching darkness. As the night deepens, fatigue tugs at their weary bodies, but the fire still flickers, and the prayers continue to rise like smoke into the starry sky. Each invocation a heartbeat, each voice a lifeline, binding them together as they prepare to face whatever dawn brings. They know that when the first light breaks, they will march forward into the unknown, armed not just with weapons, but with the prayers that have become their armor. And so, as the stars twinkle above, the soldiers cling to their invocations, their faith woven into the very fabric of their being. In this sacred moment, they understand that the language of prayer is not just a ritual. It is a testament to their humanity, a reminder of their shared journey through the crucible of war. With every whispered word, they forge a connection that will transcend the chaos, a bond that no bullet or bomb can sever. And as dawn begins to break, they stand shoulder to shoulder, ready to step into the fray, their hearts echoing the prayers of their past and present. They know that this moment will forever be etched in their souls, a continuation of the prayers that have been uttered throughout history, a language that speaks of hope, courage, and the indomitable spirit of those who dare to fight. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the bustling city of Rome, the air crackled with a tension that whispered of impending battles and the weight of history. Soldiers, clad in shining armor, gathered in earnest reverence around an altar, their faces marked with a mix of fear and fervent hope. They turned their eyes to the heavens, clutching their weapons tightly, hearts pounding with a blend of dread and anticipation. It was time for war prayers, a sacred ritual that drew heavily from the wellspring of Greek culture. a tradition that stirred their very souls. The Romans, proud heirs to a legacy that stretched back to the ancients, found themselves deeply influenced by the rich tapestry of Greek customs. As the words of the prayer began to flow, they echoed the melodic rhythms of Greek hymns, rich with poetic imagery. The soldiers, standing shoulder to shoulder, felt the power of those ancient verses surge through them. "Hear us, great gods of Olympus!" they called out, their voices rising in unison, trembling with emotion. Their hearts beat as one, a chorus of hope amidst the uncertainty of battle. In this moment, the soldiers could almost see the faces of the Greek deities. Zeus, with his thunderous might; Athena, cloaked in wisdom and strategy; Ares, the fierce god of war. Roman leaders, inspired by the Greek pantheon, infused their war prayers with a fervor that transformed mere words into a powerful invocation. The influence of Greek culture was palpable, weaving through their prayers like a silken thread, binding them to traditions that had flourished for centuries before their time. In the flickering light of torches, the priests recited invocations that seemed to breathe life into the very air around them. They called upon Apollo for guidance, seeking clarity of thought as they prepared to face the chaos of battle. The soldiers felt an electric sense of possibility wash over them, igniting a flame of courage that burned bright in their chests. These prayers were not just words. They were lifelines, anchors in a storm of uncertainty. The Romans understood the power of prayer, the way it could fortify the spirit and sharpen the mind. As the chants echoed through the night, the soldiers closed their eyes, envisioning victory, feeling the weight of their ancestors' unwavering resolve. Each prayer resonated with a shared yearning, a wish to honor the gods, to gain their favor. The words wrapped around them like a protective cloak, shielding them from the fear of what lay ahead. The influence of Greek culture transformed their prayers into something monumental, a sacred dance that blurred the lines between the mortal and the divine. With each invocation, the soldiers felt connected to a lineage that transcended time. They recalled tales of Greek heroes whose prayers had turned the tide of war. The echoes of Achilles and Odysseus filled their minds, legends that spoke of valor and sacrifice. The Romans embraced these stories, finding strength in the collective memory of those who had faced their own battles. It was as if the very essence of Greek culture infused their blood, coursing through their veins and igniting a fire that demanded to be reckoned with. The priests, with their deep, resonant voices, elevated the atmosphere as they performed rituals that mirrored those of ancient Greece. Animals were sacrificed, their blood spilling onto the ground, a potent offering to the gods they hoped would smile upon their endeavors. The scent of incense wafted through the air, mingling with the coppery tang of blood and sweat, creating a sensory tapestry that stirred primal emotions within the soldiers. They felt a connection to the earth, to the divine forces that governed their fates, and a sense of unity among one another as they stood together, ready to face the unknown. In the shadows, whispers of the past intertwined with the present. Roman generals, well-versed in the strategies of warfare, looked to the wisdom of Greek philosophers, Sun Tzu's teachings and Homer's epics. They understood that the mind could be as powerful as the sword. In their prayers, they sought not only strength in battle but also cunning and strategy, drawing upon the rich philosophical heritage of Greece. Each word uttered was a reminder that they were part of a grand narrative, a continuation of a story that spanned generations. And then came the moment when the prayer reached its crescendo. The soldiers raised their arms to the sky, their voices rising to a fever pitch. They called upon the gods to bless their weapons, to fill their hearts with valor, to guide their hands in the chaos of war. The energy surged like a shockwave, bouncing off the walls of the surrounding buildings, echoing through the streets of Rome. The emotion ignited a frenzy of hope and ambition, a resolve ignited by the flames of the sacred. As they concluded their prayers, the soldiers felt a heavy silence settle over them, a moment of stillness before the storm. In that suspended breath, they could almost hear the gods' response, a deafening roar that promised glory, or perhaps a reminder of their mortality. But in their hearts, they carried the weight of those ancestral traditions, the knowledge that they were not alone. The influence of Greek culture resonated in their very bones, a legacy of courage that would guide them into the fray. The moment hung in the air, heavy with anticipation, as the soldiers took their first steps toward fate. With every heartbeat, they marched forward, propelled by the echoes of their prayers. Their spirits surged as they recalled the power of the Greek warriors who had come before them, their stories woven into the fabric of their own resolve. It was a dance of destiny, a reminder that history was not just a past but a living force, influencing every step they took. As they crossed the threshold into chaos, the tension of that sacred moment stayed with them, intertwined with the prayers they had shared. The influence of Greek culture coursed through them like a river, unyielding and profound. The battle awaited, a canvas of uncertainty, but they felt ready to embrace whatever fate awaited them, united by the strength of their shared heritage and the power of their undying prayers. In a dimly lit room, the flickering light of a single candle illuminated the faces of women gathered in a sacred space, their eyes glistening with fervor and fear. Outside, the distant sounds of war echoed, a haunting reminder of the chaos that gripped their world. The air was thick with incense, tinged with hope and desperation as they clutched prayer beads in trembling hands, each bead a silent witness to the weight they carried. These women, often overlooked in the grand narratives of conflict, played vital roles in shaping the spiritual landscape of war. Long before the first arrow was shot or the first cannon fired, it was women who gathered at the altars, invoking divine protection for their sons, husbands, and brothers heading into battle. In ancient cultures, the very act of prayer was a sacred duty, woven into the fabric of their existence. The stories of these women were entwined with the myths of goddesses who embodied strength and valor, figures like Athena of Greece and Kali of India, whose fierce determination inspired countless warriors. These women became the living vessels of worship, their voices rising in unison, a melodic chant that pierced the veil of fear. In the heart of war-torn cities, the role of women extended beyond the domestic sphere. As men left to fight, women took charge of the community's spiritual well-being. They became the keepers of tradition, crafting rituals that would bolster morale and invoke the strength of their ancestors. These rituals often called upon the spirits of the fallen, honoring them with offerings of food, flowers, and heartfelt prayers. The tears shed by mothers became sacred, each drop a petition to the heavens for the safe return of their loved ones. In those moments, time stood still, grief and hope intertwined in an eternal dance. During the Crusades, women were not mere bystanders. They wielded their faith with fervor, acting as intermediaries between the divine and the desperate. In the bustling towns and quiet villages, they formed prayer circles, their chants echoing through the valleys, a powerful reminder of their unwavering belief in protection and victory. They fashioned talismans and amulets, blessed by their hands and infused with love, which they entrusted to the men heading into battle. These small tokens were believed to carry the weight of the women's prayers, a lifeline tethering the warriors to the warmth of home, reminding them of the love waiting for their return. However, the shadows of war also brought sorrow that many women had to bear alone. As battles raged, countless lives were lost, and the burden of mourning fell heavily on those left behind. In the aftermath of tragedy, women formed grief rituals that became acts of defiance against the brutality of war. They lit candles in remembrance, their flickering flames symbolizing resilience in the face of despair. With every prayer, they sought solace, attempting to make sense of their pain, drawing strength from the shared experiences of loss among them. Through these rituals, they created a sacred space where sorrow could transform into a collective memory, an enduring tribute to the fallen. In many cultures, women were also healers, their knowledge of herbs and remedies rooted in generations of tradition. As the wounded returned from the battlefield, they turned to these women, who welcomed them with open arms and skilled hands. In the flickering glow of oil lamps, they chanted ancient prayers over the sick and injured, a sacred act of healing that intertwined the physical and the spiritual. Their compassion became a form of resistance, a quiet rebellion against the violence that surrounded them. With every herb crushed and poultice applied, they wove a tapestry of hope that would help mend the broken bodies and spirits of their loved ones. As wars dragged on, Some women took on more visible roles, stepping into positions of leadership within their communities. The likes of Joan of Arc emerged, a beacon of faith and courage who led her people into battle, guided by what she believed was divine instruction. Her story resonated through the ages, inspiring women to challenge the limitations placed upon them by society. In moments of crisis, they became warriors not just for their families but for the very fabric of their nations, proving that their voices were as powerful as any sword drawn in battle. The intertwining of religion and warfare often led to the rise of female mystics, whose visions and prophecies shaped the spiritual narratives of their time. Women like Hildegard of Bingen, who lived amidst the upheaval of the Holy Roman Empire, used their gifts to articulate the spiritual struggles faced by their communities. Their words became sacred texts, guiding the faithful through the dark nights of conflict. In their visions, they found clarity, channeling the pain of war into messages of hope and divine purpose, their legacies living on as a testament to the strength of the female spirit. With every war, the cycle continued. Women became the backbone of the home front, their resilience a silent revolution against a world that often overlooked their contributions. Across centuries, they drew from the well of their faith, forging connections that transcended borders and cultures. From the sacred fires lit in ancient temples to the whispered prayers in modern sanctuaries, the essence of women's roles in war-related religious practices remained a constant, their stories woven into the fabric of humanity. And so, the candle flickered on in that dimly lit room, surrounded by the whispered prayers and shared memories of women who stood united in faith, bound by love and loss. The echoes of their chants reverberated through time, a haunting reminder that even in the darkest moments of conflict, the light of their spirits shone through, illuminating the path ahead as they prepared to face whatever the dawn would bring. The air hung heavy with anticipation, a promise of more stories yet to unfold, as they turned to one another, their eyes glistening with the shared resolve to continue the fight, not just for themselves, but for every life touched by the unrelenting tides of war. The air crackled with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and crimson. A small village lay nestled in the valley, where time seemed to flow differently, untouched by the rush of the outside world. The villagers whispered stories of their local deities, powerful spirits who had watched over them for generations. Their hearts raced with a mixture of pride and fear, aware that the might of their ancestors was now at stake. Far off, the sound of horses' hooves echoed through the hills, growing louder with each passing moment. The conquerors were coming. They rode with the arrogance of those who believe they hold the world in their grasp, their banners flapping like predatory birds circling above. But the villagers were not simply going to accept defeat. They had their protectors, their gods who had shielded them from storms and provided bountiful harvests. The memory of their deities surged through the villagers' veins, a flicker of hope amid the encroaching darkness. The first clash was brutal. Metal met metal, and the cries of the fallen echoed against the mountains. But in this chaos, a figure emerged, a priestess cloaked in the colors of twilight. Her voice rose above the clamor, invoking the names of the local spirits, each syllable dripping with the weight of their past. The ground trembled as if the earth itself listened, ready to respond to her call. The villagers, fueled by her fervor, fought with a ferocity that surprised even them. They were not just defending their homes. They were honoring their deities, whose very essence pulsed through every blade of grass and every drop of rain. In the weeks that followed, the conquerors tried to break the spirit of the villagers. They burned fields, tore down shrines, and mocked what they did not understand. Yet, every time they thought they had won, something miraculous unfolded. A storm would roll in, unexpected and fierce, flooding the enemy camps. The tides of fortune shifted in unpredictable ways, and whispers of the local deities grew louder, wrapping around the villagers like a warm blanket. The conquerors began to fear these spirits, the legends that seemed to come alive in the face of adversity. Amid this turmoil, the conquerors, too, were faced with their own demons. They had their gods, of course, lofty and powerful, but they felt distant, removed from the daily struggles of their people. Their rituals were grand, yet hollow. As they sought to impose their beliefs on the villagers, something unsettling began to happen. Local traditions seeped into their ranks. Soldiers who once rode in proud defiance started to mutter prayers under their breath, seeking guidance from spirits they had once dismissed. They felt the pull of the earth beneath their feet, an ancient yearning awakening within them. The clash of cultures became a dance, beautiful yet fraught with tension. The priestess, emboldened by the strength of her people, held secret gatherings under the cover of night. She told tales of ancient battles, of spirits who had fought alongside their ancestors. The villagers listened, eyes wide with wonder, their hearts swelling with urgency. They began to weave small offerings, tiny sculptures made of clay, fragrant flowers, and food. Each offering was a thread in the tapestry of their resistance. This was no longer just a fight for their homes. It had become a battle for the very soul of their land, a struggle that transcended the physical plane. As the full moon rose high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the village, the priestess led a ritual that seemed to resonate with the land itself. She danced with the grace of the wind, her movements a tribute to the spirits who had guarded their ancestors. The chants grew louder, and the energy in the air shimmered with anticipation. The villagers closed their eyes and joined her in spirit, channeling their hopes and fears into the night. They felt the breath of their deities, a sensation that coursed through them like wildfire, igniting an unquenchable flame of resistance. But the conquerors were relentless. They sent scouts to infiltrate the village, seeking to crush the spirit that flickered so defiantly. One night, they struck, storming the sacred ground where the villagers gathered. Chaos erupted as steel clashed against bone, and cries of anguish pierced the night. Just when despair threatened to engulf them, a strange light began to glow from the heart of the village. The local deities, whispered into existence by the collective faith of their people, descended upon the battlefield, enveloping the villagers in warmth and courage. The soldiers, faces pale with shock, faltered. They witnessed the sacred power of the land manifesting before their eyes, a force more potent than any weapon they wielded. The villagers fought with renewed vigor, their spirits intertwined with the very essence of their gods. In that moment, they were unstoppable. The conquerors, once so confident in their might, felt the weight of centuries-old beliefs crashing down upon them. Fear clawed at their hearts, and they began to retreat, unraveling the thread of their dominance. Yet, as the dust settled, a new battle awaited. The villagers faced a choice. Should they continue to resist, or should they open their hearts to the possibility of a shared existence? The conquerors, now mere shadows of their former selves, lingered at the edges of the village, uncertain. They were no longer conquerors. They were weary souls, caught in a web they had spun themselves. But what would happen when the veil of fear lifted? Would they be able to recognize the deities that had once belonged to the land, or would they cling to their own distant gods, locked in their ivory towers? With every passing moment, both sides felt the pull of the local deities, beckoning them toward unity or conflict. The air was thick with unspoken words, emotions tangled like vines ready to burst forth. The land had witnessed much, and it would remember. The question lingered like a haunting melody, echoing through the valleys, waiting to be answered in the hearts of those who tread upon its soil. The air was thick with an electric tension, a silent anticipation that danced between the soldiers as they stood shoulder to shoulder in the dim light of dawn. Pale rays of the sun struggled to pierce through the swirling mist, illuminating their faces marked with determination and fear. Here, in this fragile moment before battle, the warriors knew that their fate would soon be sealed by the clash of steel and the thunder of war cries. In this charged atmosphere, the litanies and hymns began to rise, weaving through the ranks like a soft breeze that ignited their spirits. The liturgical voices, low and resonant, thrummed with a rhythm that echoed the beating of their hearts. Each syllable was a stone cast into the still waters of their minds, sending ripples of resolve and courage across the surface of their fears. They were not just words. They were the lifeblood of a shared purpose, binding them together as brothers and sisters against the chaos that lay ahead. In the annals of history, such moments have always been defined by the songs and prayers of the faithful. Long before the first arrows were drawn, soldiers turned to their litanies, short, powerful invocations that whispered of hope, calling down blessings from the heavens. These prayers were imbued with the weight of centuries, a legacy of those who had fought and fallen, their voices now mingling with the present. Each litany was a lifeline to the divine, a reminder that they were not alone in their struggle. As the chants grew louder, the warriors felt a surge of unity. They were transformed from mere individuals into a single entity, a collective force ready to face whatever horrors awaited them. The litanies wrapped around them, a protective cocoon that shielded them from the chilling fears of mortality. They could feel the ancestors at their backs, urging them forward, and the weight of their sacrifices became a palpable presence in the air. In the midst of this sacred soundscape, a hymn rose, soaring above the rest like a beacon of light piercing through the fog. The melody was both haunting and uplifting, a bittersweet reminder of the fragility of life, yet infused with an undeniable strength. The words, steeped in rich history, spoke of valor and honor, echoing tales of those who had faced insurmountable odds before. The warriors sang with fervor, their voices intertwining like the strands of a mighty rope, unbreakable and steadfast. The hymn was a powerful invocation of their shared humanity, a call to remember why they fought. It reminded them of their homes, their families waiting in the shadows, yearning for their return. With each line, they pictured their loved ones, their faces bright in their minds as they fought to keep them safe from the darkness. The emotional weight of the song transcended the battlefield. It became a bridge connecting their present struggle with the hopes and dreams that lay beyond the horizon. As the final notes lingered in the air, a reverent silence enveloped the soldiers. They stood in an almost meditative state, their breaths coming in steady, deep pulls. In this moment of stillness, the reality of their impending fight loomed large, yet it felt somehow less daunting. The litanies and hymns had armed them with more than just courage. They provided a sense of purpose that transcended the clash of swords. Now, they felt not as mere warriors but as the bearers of a legacy, tasked with defending something much greater than themselves. But in the distance, ominous drums began to beat, a grim reminder that time was slipping away. The soldiers exchanged glances, a silent agreement passing among them. They knew they had to move, to take the invocations and hymns with them as they stepped onto the battlefield. Each footfall was a testament to their faith, every stride a declaration of their resolve. With hearts pounding, they marched forward, the sound of their boots echoing like thunder across the land. In the tension of the moment, the battlefield transformed into a sacred ground. It was a place where litanies morphed into battle cries, and hymns became shouts of defiance. Each warrior carried the echoes of their prayers within them, an essence that would guide their blades and shield them from despair. Around them, the world blurred into a haze of chaos and color. There were flashes of metal, the cries of men and beasts, and the smell of earth and sweat. But through it all, the litanies persisted, reverberating in their minds, anchoring them in a world gone mad. They fought not just against enemies but against fear itself, against the very notion that they might not return home. Amidst the clash of combat, the hymns surfaced again, this time in guttural shouts and fierce roars. The warriors sang as they fought, their voices a declaration of life against the backdrop of death. Each swing of their weapon was infused with the spirit of their songs, turning rage into power, fear into fury. They were no longer just soldiers. They had become the embodiment of their ancestors' hopes, and the chants fueled their every move. The litanies and hymns became a relentless tide, washing over the battlefield with an energy that uplifted the weary and emboldened the fearful. In their darkest moments, when doubt threatened to creep in, they could hear the echoes of their prayers rallying around them, pushing them to rise again. In the cacophony of war, the sacred sounds formed a protective barrier, reminding them of their purpose and the lives they fought for. As the sun dipped lower, casting shadows that danced like specters upon the ground, the battle raged on. Each moment felt eternal, a whirlwind of life and death where the sacred and the profane collided. Yet in the midst of this turmoil, the resonance of litanies and hymns persisted, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope could shine through the cracks. The chill of early morning hung heavy in the air as the sun struggled to break through a blanket of fog over the battlefield. Soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, faces drawn with anxiety, clutching their rifles like lifelines. In that moment, the cacophony of distant artillery and the sound of boots on muddy ground fell silent, overshadowed by a profound stillness. Each man was lost in thought, wrestling with fears that lurked in the shadows of their hearts. For many, the only comfort lay in whispered prayers, a fragile connection to something greater than themselves. These prayers were not just words. They were the raw, bleeding expression of their hopes and fears, each a personal plea for safety, for strength, for clarity in the chaos of war. Among them stood Private James Hawthorne, a man molded by a devout upbringing, his fingers trembling as he clutched a worn Bible, its pages frayed by time and use. To him, this book was more than a collection of stories. It was a beacon of faith, a lifeline tossed into the stormy sea of battle. The air crackled with tension as Private Hawthorne recited verses he had memorized long ago, invoking the promise of divine protection. Around him, the prayers morphed into a chorus, a blend of voices and beliefs, each one infused with a unique longing. There was Corporal Martinez, an immigrant who had come to America seeking a better life, his heart filled with gratitude for the chance to serve. His prayers were steeped in a blend of Spanish and English, the rhythm of his words dancing with the cadence of his spirit. To him, prayer was an act of defiance, a refusal to succumb to the darkness that threatened to consume them all. Then there was Sergeant Malik, whose faith was rooted in the teachings of Islam. He stood apart from the others, his thoughts a whirlwind of fervent supplication as he faced the east. The strict lines of his faith brought him a sense of purpose, an anchor in the turbulent sea of uncertainty. His prayers rang out fervently, each word infused with a depth of conviction that resonated with the souls of those around him. In that moment, despite their differences, they were bound together by a shared humanity, a yearning for life amidst the specter of death. As the fog lifted, revealing the stark reality of the battlefield, the men could hear the distant rumble of gunfire. It was a grim reminder that, for some, prayers would go unanswered. The weight of their beliefs pressed down on them like an invisible mantle, a mixture of hope and dread. Would faith save them? Or was it merely a fragile illusion, a fleeting comfort in a world turned upside down? Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shattered the air, sending a shockwave through the ranks. Men dropped to their knees, instinctively raising their hands to the sky, voices raised in desperate prayer. In those frantic moments, personal beliefs collided with the chaotic reality of war. Some shouted for deliverance, while others cried out in the names of their gods, their voices a blend of fear and fierce determination. It was a raw, emotional tapestry woven from threads of faith in countless forms, reflecting the very essence of what it meant to be human in the face of unimaginable horror. Private Hawthorne's voice broke through the din, trembling yet resolute. "Lord, protect us," he implored, the words spilling from his lips like a desperate plea in the dark. It was a simple prayer, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears. He glanced sideways at Corporal Martinez, who gripped his rifle tightly, his own prayer lingering on his lips, a silent promise to the future he wished to see. Amidst the chaos, there emerged a moment of profound silence, one that felt as if the world had paused to listen to the raw, vulnerable cries of these men. They stood together, united not by rank or regiment but by their individual beliefs, each man wrestling with the questions that plagued him. Would their prayers be heard? Would they return home? Or would this be their final stand? As the battle raged on, the strength of their beliefs began to manifest in unexpected ways. Some men found solace in faith, drawing strength from their convictions. They fought not just for their country but for their loved ones, for the promises they had made, for the faith that anchored them in the storm. Others struggled with doubt, questioning their faith in a world that seemed so cruel and chaotic. Each prayer, each whispered name, became a testament to their individual journeys, a reflection of their inner struggles. The sun broke through the clouds, casting rays of golden light on the battlefield. For a brief moment, it illuminated the faces of the soldiers, revealing the sheer determination etched in their features. This was not just a fight against an enemy. It was a battle fought within their hearts and minds, a clash of faith and fear that demanded to be reconciled in the chaos of war. With each passing moment, the tension thickened, intertwining the threads of their beliefs into the fabric of their shared experience. And just as the cries of the wounded echoed in the distance, the soldiers found themselves turning inward, reflecting on their prayers, their personal beliefs that shaped their very essence. Each thought was a flicker of light against the encroaching darkness, a reminder of what they were fighting for. As the sun set, casting long shadows over the fields soaked in history and blood, the soldiers pressed on, their hearts heavy yet resolute. They prayed not just for survival, but to make sense of a world filled with chaos. They were bound together by the shared struggle of their beliefs. Each prayer, a thread in a larger tapestry of hope and despair, woven together in a moment that transcended the boundaries of individual faith. And as night fell, the battlefield transformed into a haunting silence, broken only by the echoes of their whispering prayers. A humble yet powerful reminder of what it meant to be alive in that moment. The journey of their faith continued, intertwining with the stories of those who fought alongside them. A poignant reminder that in the darkest of times, belief could be both a source of strength and a fragile thread that held them together. In ancient Rome, the air was thick with the scent of incense, the flickering light of torches casting dancing shadows on ancient stone walls. A crowd of believers gathered, their faces a mixture of hope and desperation, their eyes flickering toward the grand figure standing before them. This was not merely a leader of armies or a ruler of men. This was the Emperor, the Pontifex Maximus, a title that rang with the weight of divinity and responsibility. The Emperor, draped in flowing robes that seemed to shimmer with authority, stood at the center of a vast temple, surrounded by altars and offerings destined for the gods. His role transcended mere politics. It was a sacred bond between the earthly realm and the heavens, a connection that could alter the fate of cities and the lives of millions. The very essence of Roman religion pulsed in this moment, a heartbeat that resonated through every soul present. As he raised his hands, the crowd fell silent, every eye locked onto him, a single breath held in anticipation. The emperor was more than just a political figure. He was the highest priest of Rome, tasked with maintaining the Pax Deorum, the peace of the gods. This sacred duty was a channel of divine favor, and failure to uphold it could spell disaster. Droughts, famines, and plagues were not mere coincidences. They were omens, warnings from the divine realm that the emperor must heed. The rituals surrounding this position were steeped in ancient tradition. The emperor offered sacrifices, not just of animals but of precious grains, flowers, and incense, each offering a plea for the gods to look favorably upon Rome. The emperor's voice, a low rumble like distant thunder, would rise as he recited prayers that had echoed through generations. In these moments, he was more than a ruler. He was a bridge between the mortal and the divine, a role heavy with expectation and filled with profound reverence. Yet, the position of Pontifex Maximus was not without its dangers. The emperor was constantly scrutinized, not only by the Senate and the people but by the very gods he served. A misstep in ritual, a slip of the tongue in prayer could invite divine wrath. With every sacrifice, every prayer, the emperor put his very soul on the line, knowing that the fate of the empire rested on his shoulders. He felt the weight of history pressing down, the whispers of ancestors urging him to perform flawlessly. In the shadows, priests observed his every move, their faces a mask of solemnity. They knew that any failure could ignite a storm of discontent among the populace. The emperor could sense their watchful eyes, the fear that gripped them like a vice. They were not just assistants. They were guardians of faith and tradition, and the emperor relied on their expertise to navigate the treacherous waters of spirituality. The tension in the air grew as the emperor took a step closer to the altar. A sudden gust of wind swept through the temple, extinguishing the flames of the torches, plunging the assembly into near darkness. Gasps erupted from the crowd, and fear rippled through them like a cold wave. Was it a sign? He felt his heart race, a primal instinct urging him to act. Could the gods be displeased? Was this an omen of dire consequences? With a steady breath, he calmed the crowd with a raised hand, the flicker of hope returning to their eyes. He closed his own, drawing within himself the strength and wisdom of countless predecessors. As he spoke, his voice echoed with a power that seemed to reach beyond the walls of the temple, calling upon the spirits of the past to guide him. The words flowed like a river, ancient and powerful, weaving a tapestry of devotion that intertwined with the hopes and fears of all present. Each phrase was a thread connecting him to the divine, a plea for guidance and protection. The tension in the room began to lift, the flickering light of a lone torch reigniting in the corner, casting a warm glow that slowly spread. The crowd exhaled as one, a collective sigh of relief that reminded the emperor of the profound nature of his role. He was not just a symbol, he was their lifeline, the embodiment of their faith. And yet, amid the reverence, the seeds of doubt nestled in his heart. As he performed the sacred rites, he could not shake the feeling that beneath the surface of the worship lay a current of skepticism. The political machinations of the Senate whispered in the corners of the temple, power-hungry men ready to take advantage of any sign of weakness. The duality of his existence haunted him. Was he a true servant of the gods, or merely a pawn in a larger game of power and control? With every sacrifice, he felt the divine gaze upon him, an invisible weight pressing down on his chest. He longed for clarity, for the gods to show him their favor definitively. His mind raced with questions. Would the rains come in time to save the crops? Would the armies return victorious? Or would they fall like leaves in the autumn wind? The answers remained elusive, floating just beyond reach like shadows in the night. As the final incantation rolled off his tongue, a silence enveloped the crowd, a solemn acceptance of the moment. The emperor opened his eyes, gazing out at the sea of faces that looked up in trust and expectation. The air thrummed with emotion, a palpable bond that tied them all together in this sacred space. Here, in this temple, the line between man and God blurred, and he became more than just an emperor. He became a symbol of hope, a vessel of divine will. Yet, the ritual was merely a momentary release, a pause in the ever-spiraling demands of leadership. Outside, the world continued to turn, and the uncertainties of life loomed large. The weight of the title Pontifex Maximus hung like a sword above him, a reminder that his role was perpetual and unyielding. No matter how fervently he prayed, no matter how many sacrifices he offered, doubt still lingered like a shadow. The crowd began to disperse, their spirits lifted but their concerns still palpable in the air. The emperor, now alone, felt the silence engulf him. The temple that had felt so alive moments before now echoed with solitude. Deep within, he pondered the true nature of his power. Was it divinely sanctioned, or merely an illusion crafted by the traditions and beliefs of his people? As he stepped away from the altar, the flickering flames cast long shadows, his reflection a ghostly figure against the stone walls. The world outside awaited with its challenges and demands. The emperor knew he had to prepare for what lay ahead, for the role of Pontifex Maximus was woven into the very fabric of his being, a relentless cycle of faith and doubt, power and vulnerability. And so, he took a deep breath, steeling himself for the path that unfurled before him, a path that would intertwine with the threads of destiny and the fate of an empire. In a world where the air crackled with the energy of success, the scent of burning sage lingered, mingling with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers. Each victory was a note in a grand symphony of life, resonating through the hearts of people and echoing in the heavens. The sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, as villagers gathered to celebrate not just their personal triumphs, but the blessings bestowed upon them by the gods. The night was alive with excitement, and the beat of drums echoed like the heartbeat of the earth. Ancient voices, long silenced, seemed to whisper from forgotten temples hidden beneath the lush canopy of trees. These were the voices of ancestors who had once walked the earth, guiding and inspiring their descendants. The villagers held candles high, their flickering flames illuminating the faces of young and old alike, each radiating joy and gratitude. At the center of the village square stood an altar, adorned with offerings of fruits, grains, and flowers, each one a symbol of devotion. The rich colors of the offerings danced in the twilight, almost as if the gods themselves were peering down, eager to partake in the festivities. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable sense of connection that transcended time and space. As the villagers lit the ceremonial fire, its flames leaped into the air, casting wild shadows that flickered against the ancient stones of the altar. A hush fell over the crowd as the village elder, her voice strong despite her years, began to chant. Each word was steeped in an age-old language, a sacred tongue that wove together history and hope, fear and faith. The rhythm of her voice was like a heartbeat, pulling everyone closer, binding them together in an unbreakable bond of shared experience. The first offerings were laid at the altar, freshly harvested grains that crunched underfoot, sweet honey that dripped golden and pure, and vibrant fruits that glistened in the firelight. Each item was placed with purpose, each gesture imbued with meaning, a silent prayer sent soaring to the heavens. The villagers believed that these gifts would carry their gratitude to the gods, ensuring protection and prosperity for the coming year. But tonight was not just about offerings. It was also a time for storytelling. The village's greatest warriors, having returned from battles fought in distant lands, gathered around the fire, their eyes reflecting the flame's warmth. They shared tales of courage and honor, of challenges faced and victories won. Each word resonated deeply with the listeners, filling their hearts with pride and a shared sense of purpose. The warriors didn't just recount their triumphs. They brought the spirits of their fallen comrades with them, their voices a bridge between the living and the dead. As the fire crackled, the villagers began to dance. Spirited movements expressed joy and relief, a language older than words. Faces illuminated by firelight, laughter blended with the rhythm of drums, creating a tapestry of sound that echoed through the night. Each twirl, each leap was a tribute to the triumphs that had brought them together. Among the dancers was a young girl, her spirit untainted by the burdens of life. She spun with wild abandon, her laughter ringing out, a pure note of happiness that drew smiles from everyone around her. Amid the revelry, the village shaman stepped forward, draped in robes that shimmered like the night sky, stars caught in the fabric's folds. With each step, he held a staff adorned with feathers and beads that clinked softly, a melodic reminder of the spirits that guided him. The crowd parted with reverence, their hearts racing as he reached the altar, where the offerings glowed in the fire's embrace. With eyes closed, he lifted his voice to the heavens, calling upon the gods to witness this sacred moment. The air grew thick, charged with a divine energy that seemed to pulse with every beat of the drums. His words carried the weight of centuries, a prayer for the community that had thrived through trials and tribulations. The connection was palpable. The villagers could feel the presence of the divine among them, a reassurance that they were never alone in their struggles. As the night deepened, the flames of the fire flickered and danced, casting long shadows that played tricks on the mind. Whispers of the past intertwined with the present, urging the villagers to remember their lineage, their roots, and the gods who had shaped their destinies. The celebration was a ribbon that tied the past with the present, a tangible reminder that every victory was a step taken on the shoulders of giants who had come before. The final act of the night was a collective prayer, a moment of silence that hung heavy in the air. Each villager placed a hand over their heart, feeling the rhythm of life, the pulse of their ancestors, the whisper of the wind, the gentle caress of hope. In that sacred stillness, they connected not just with each other, but with the essence of existence itself, a reminder that their triumphs were part of a greater story. As the night began to fade, the villagers, hearts full and spirits high, knew this was not an ending but a continuation of their legacy. They walked home under a canopy of stars, stars that seemed to twinkle with approval, knowing that the gods had heard their prayers, their celebrations, and their desires. Each step carried the echo of drums, the warmth of the fire, and the love of a community bound together by the rituals of triumph. This was just a chapter in their lives, a moment frozen in time, but one that would ripple through generations. The air was thick with promise. Victories yet to come, battles to be fought, and gods to honor. The night might have drawn to a close, but the journey of triumph and the embrace of the divine would forever ignite the flames of hope in their hearts. Beneath the blood-red sky, where the sun bids farewell to the day, the ancient stones of sacred sites rise like silent sentinels of time, cloaked in legends of valor and fear. The air crackles with the whispers of warriors long gone, their spirits entwined with the very essence of the temples that honor the gods of war. Each stone, weathered yet resolute, tells a story of sacrifice, honor, and the unyielding quest for power. In the shadow of the towering pyramids of Teotihuacan, the Temple of the Feathered Serpent stands as a testament to the Mexica's reverence for Tlaloc and Tezcatlipoca, gods who commanded both rain and war. Here, the echoes of drums reverberate through the air, each thump igniting the hearts of those who dare to tread upon the sacred ground. Offerings of jade and obsidian glimmer like stars spilled upon the earth, remnants of rituals designed to appease these fierce deities. As blood flowed from the throats of sacrificed beasts, the sky darkened, and the warriors of the empire prepared for the battles that would determine their fate. It is here where the line between life and death blurred, and the promise of glory became a siren's call. Across the ocean, in the heart of Greece, the Temple of Ares stands in stark contrast to the beauty of the surrounding landscape. Its crumbling columns reach for the heavens, as if seeking redemption for the bloodshed that the god demanded. Ares, with his wild hair and fierce gaze, thrived on chaos and discord. The temple, a hallowed ground where warriors once offered their swords and shields in hope of favor, now lies silent. Yet, it still vibrates with the energy of past conflicts, the shouts of battle cries echoing through the ages. In those sacred precincts, the fierce clash of steel on steel still resonates, a haunting reminder of the price of pride and the bloodlust that drives men to war. In a distant land, the towering cliffs of the Ganges cradle the sacred site of Varanasi, revered by Hindus as the gateway to freedom from the cycle of birth and death. Yet, nestled among its temples is one dedicated to Skanda, the god of war and victory. The vibrant colors of the carvings depict tales of valor, of heroes forged in the heat of battle, and of the relentless march toward righteousness. Devotees gather here, seeking blessings for their sons and warriors, their prayers swirling with the incense smoke that dances in the air. And as they chant, the river flows, carrying away their fears and hopes, intertwining the sacred with the temporal. In the far reaches of the north, nestled among the fjords and forests of Scandinavia, the ancient site of Uppsala stands as a powerful reminder of the Norse pantheon. Here, Odin, the All-Father, presides over the fates of men, his wisdom guiding warriors into battle. The great temple, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and runes, was where offerings were made, where the brave sought counsel before facing their enemies. The scent of blood mingled with the scent of earth and pine, a potent reminder that the call to arms is a sacred duty, demanding respect and reverence. The stories of those who fell in combat are interwoven with the very fabric of this land, their spirits forever watching over the realm of men. Venture farther south, and the haunting ruins of the Temple of Mars altar in Rome rise majestically against the sky. Built to honor the avenger of wrongs, this sacred site was a gathering place for legions preparing for conquest. Within its marble walls, the air thick with the weight of history, soldiers whispered prayers for courage and strength, asking for the mighty god's favor before stepping into the chaos of battle. Statues of Mars, fierce and imposing, loom large, their gazes eternally fixed upon the horizon, as if waiting for the next call to arms. With every battle fought, the legacy of valor became intertwined with the very stones that formed the temple, echoing the cries of triumph and despair. In the shadows of these temples, the spirits of fallen warriors linger, their stories etched in every crack and crevice. The sacred sites dedicated to war gods are not mere relics of the past but living entities, pulsating with the energy of those who once fought for their honor. Each site holds a unique power, a magnetic force that draws the faithful and the curious alike. The air is thick with the weight of history, and the echoes of forgotten battles seem to whisper secrets to those who listen. As twilight descends, painting the world in hues of orange and purple, the flickering flames of offerings light up the night, casting ethereal shadows upon the stone. The world of mortals intersects with the divine, and in that sacred space, hopes are born and fears are laid bare. The tension between glory and despair hangs heavy, a reminder that the desire for power often comes at a great cost. And so, the battle between light and darkness continues, the sacred sites standing firm as silent witnesses to the unending cycle of conflict and resolution. The gods of war watch from their thrones, their laughter mingling with the cries of those who worship them, a chilling reminder that in the world of mortals, peace is but a fleeting dream, forever chased but rarely caught. As the night deepens, the stories continue to unfold, beckoning those who dare to seek the truth of their past. The sacred sites pulse with life, and the call of the war gods lingers in the air, echoing through time, an invitation to join the eternal dance of conflict and resolution. In ancient marketplaces, under the heavy gaze of sun-soaked statues, the air thrummed with whispers of magic. Vendors shouted their wares, but it was the glint of tiny, intricate objects that often drew the most attention. Amulets and talismans sparkled like stars in a night sky, promising protection, love, and fortune. The moment one slipped a fragile string around their neck or tucked a carved stone into their pocket, they became part of something larger, an unbroken thread of belief that wound through centuries. In Egypt, thousands of years ago, the sacred scarab beetle rolled its symbolic ball of dung, a reminder of regeneration and rebirth. It adorned the necks of pharaohs, resting against their skin like a guardian. Priests carved them with precision, invoking the blessing of the sun god Ra. As the sun sank below the horizon, the scarab glimmered in the fading light, a promise of eternity. The living and the dead coexisted in a world where amulets could guide the soul through the afterlife, ensuring safe passage into the next world. Traveling across the Mediterranean, one could feel the pulse of ancient Greece, where exquisite talismans were bestowed upon warriors. Each piece, a testament to bravery, was believed to carry the spirit of the gods. Bronze shields, embossed with images of Athena, were not mere tools of war but sacred objects that shielded the heart and mind from fear. Soldiers clasped their talismans tightly, feeling the cool metal against their skin, a steadfast reminder that divine favor was on their side. As arrows flew overhead, these amulets were whispered to be the difference between life and death. In the dimly lit corners of medieval castles, knights draped their armor with charms, small, handcrafted tokens believed to ward off evil spells. These talismans were more than decorative embellishments. They were lifelines woven from faith and hope. Mothers tucked pieces of their own hair within the fabric of a beloved's tunic, a silent prayer that love would conquer all. With each clash of swords, with every roar of battle, the air thickened with tension and belief, as men and women clung to the notion that their sacred objects could act as shields against the unpredictable tides of fate. Meanwhile, in the distant lands of India, tiny pieces of glass, intricately designed, sparkled in the sunlight. These amulets, known as nazar, were said to protect against the evil eye. Mothers adorned their children with these magical charms, fearing the jealousy of those who might wish harm. The blue beads, shaped like eyes, glisten like hope against the fabric of a child's clothing, a soft whisper that said, "You are safe." Yet, as the winds carried tales of envy, the mothers could only pray that their love and these sacred objects would weave an invisible barrier against darkness. In the chill of the Tibetan mountains, monks chanted prayers while crafting their own sacred objects, prayer flags and beads made from the bones of sacred animals. Each item held a story, a connection to the divine that echoed through the ages. The vibrant colors of the flags danced in the wind, sending blessings cascading across valleys. Every thread spun with intention, carrying the hopes of countless souls who sought peace and enlightenment. The air crackled with energy, as if the mountains themselves were alive with reverence for the power of these amulets. Across time and space, the belief in the protective power of sacred objects remained unyielding. In the bustling streets of modern cities, people still clutch their lucky coins, crystals, and charms, carrying remnants of those ancient traditions. They hold these amulets close, their very existence a testament to the unshakable bond between the physical and the spiritual. As they navigate the chaos of life, these objects become lifelines, connecting them to a world unseen, a reminder that magic isn't just in the stories told, but in the very fabric of daily existence. In the flickering candlelight of a solemn ceremony, a shaman draped a necklace of feathers and stones around a seeker's neck. Each feather was plucked with reverence, each stone chosen for its energy. As the shaman raised his hands to the heavens, chanting incantations lost to time, the air thickened with anticipation. The seeker felt a rush of warmth, an embrace of strength and protection. In that moment, the boundaries between worlds dissolved, and the sacred object became a bridge, leading to a realm where spirits danced and dreams were born. These amulets and talismans, once mere objects, teemed with a life of their own. They were infused with the hopes, fears, and dreams of generations. Each one carried whispers of ancient rituals, tales of triumphs and tragedies, binding the past to the present. The power of belief coursed through them like a river, sometimes gentle and nurturing, sometimes a torrential force that could sweep everything away. As night fell across the land, the moon rose high, casting silver light on the faces of those who held their talismans close. They gazed up at the stars, feeling connected to something greater than themselves, an unbreakable thread of human experience woven through time. In that sacred silence, the air thrummed with potential, the promise that these objects, imbued with intention and history, could shape destinies yet to unfold. Yet, as the shadows deepened, a lingering question hung in the air. What would happen when faith faltered, when belief wavered? Would these sacred objects remain steadfast, or would they falter in the face of doubt and fear? The answer lay waiting, just beyond the horizon, where new stories were poised to emerge, ready to weave their own magic into the tapestry of existence. The air was thick with tension as soldiers huddled together in the dim light of a makeshift chapel, their faces etched with fear and uncertainty. Outside, the distant rumble of artillery echoed like thunder, a constant reminder of the chaos that surrounded them. In that fragile moment, one soldier raised his voice, trembling yet resolute, as he recited a prayer that had echoed through centuries of conflict. "O Lord, protect us in this hour of need." From the dawn of civilization, prayer has been a lifeline for those who march into battle. In ancient times, before swords clashed and arrows flew, warriors would kneel on the ground, their hearts pounding, as they called upon their gods for protection, strength, and guidance. The echoes of their voices filled the air, mingling with the scent of incense and the rustle of ceremonial garments. In Babylon, soldiers prayed to Marduk before heading into war, believing that their victories were not only a testament to their skill but also a divine favor. The chants reverberated through the trenches of time, binding men together in a pact of faith. As the centuries rolled on, the fervor of these prayers transformed. In the medieval era, knights adorned in shining armor turned their eyes skyward, invoking the grace of God as they prepared to ride into battle. In Nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti, they whispered, the words rolling off their tongues like a sacred melody. It was not just a plea for victory. It was a cry for redemption, a hope that in the face of violence and bloodshed, their souls might find peace. The clang of swords and the cries of the wounded were drowned out momentarily by the solemnity of their prayers, creating a poignant contrast between the brutality of war and the purity of their intentions. Fast forward to the tumultuous days of the American Civil War, where prayer became a refuge amidst the turmoil. Soldiers, both Union and Confederate, penned letters home, often included heartfelt pleas for divine intercession. Chaplains, those unsung heroes of the battlefield, walked among the troops, offering solace and encouragement. They stood as a bridge between the divine and the mortal, leading soldiers in prayers that transcended the divide of North and South. "Let us pray for the brave souls who fight," they would say, their voices rising above the din of war. It was a moment where men, often hardened by conflict, found a flicker of hope, a reminder of their shared humanity. In the echoes of the trenches of World War I, the atmosphere shifted. The landscape was marred by mud and blood, And amidst the horror, soldiers clung to prayer like a lifeline. The Great War saw the rise of the trench prayer, an urgent cry for peace in the face of relentless violence. As men wrote letters that would never reach their loved ones, they often scratched prayers into the dirt, a desperate act of faith that whispered to the heavens, "If there is a God, lend us your mercy." The haunting ambience of the battlefield was punctuated by the sounds of men praying together, their voices intertwining, a haunting chorus of longing and despair. Then came World War II, where prayers transformed yet again. Soldiers, facing the grim reality of total war, sought comfort in the power of collective faith. Armed with rosaries and dog tags, they gathered in groups before battles, invoking a sense of brotherhood and togetherness. The words of the prayers were not just for victory. They were also for the safe return of brothers in arms. "God, please watch over us," became the mantra, echoing in the hearts of those who faced insurmountable odds. The fear of the unknown hung heavy, yet in those moments of prayer, hope flickered like a flame, refusing to be extinguished. As the world moved into the era of the Vietnam War, the evolution of military prayer took another poignant turn. It became not just a request for safety, but also a plea for understanding. Troops faced not only the enemy, but also the moral complexities of the conflict. Prayer became a tool for introspection, a way to grapple with the weight of their actions. Soldiers gathered in small circles, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of candles, as they shared their fears and hopes. "Help us find our way home," they whispered, their voices laced with vulnerability. In this space, prayer was a balm for their weary souls, a quiet resistance against the storm raging within. The Gulf War introduced a new chapter, where technology and war intertwined in unprecedented ways. Yet, even as drones took flight and bombs dropped from the sky, the essence of prayer remained unchanged. Soldiers communicated with their loved ones through technology, but they still yearned for that deep connection with something greater than themselves. Chaplains deployed with them, providing spiritual support and leading prayers that resonated across the digital divide. "Bring us peace," echoed through the barracks, a simple yet profound plea in a world that felt increasingly chaotic. In the modern age, military prayer has adapted yet retained its core purpose. Social media has allowed soldiers to share their prayers instantly with the world, creating a tapestry of hope that stretches far beyond the confines of the battlefield. Live-streamed vigils and online prayer circles have emerged, allowing families and friends to participate even from thousands of miles away. The prayers offered are more than words. They are a testament to resilience, a reminder that faith can flourish in the most trying times. Yet, as the sun sets on each day of conflict, the essence of military prayer remains an enduring thread woven through the fabric of history. It's a story marked by courage and fear, hope and despair, unity and division. Each era of prayer reflects the struggles and triumphs of those who fight, capturing not just the spirit of the moment, but also the timeless human quest for meaning in a world riddled with uncertainty. As the next wave of warriors prepares to step into the fray, their hearts will echo with the prayers of the past, a haunting reminder that in times of darkness, the search for light endures. In the flickering light of dawn, the first rays of the sun spilled over the rugged hills of ancient Rome, illuminating fields that seemed to whisper secrets of both growth and ruin. A lone farmer knelt in the dirt, his hands calloused and worn, sowing seeds into the fertile earth. But could he ever know that the very ground he cherished was stained with the blood of countless battles? The scent of damp soil mingled with the distant echoes of clashing swords. This was a land where the rhythm of plowshares intertwined with the thunder of war, each heartbeat a reminder of the delicate balance between nurturing life and taking it away. As the farmer worked, he felt a connection to his ancestors who had tilled this soil long before him. Generations had planted their hopes and dreams in these fields, praying to the gods for bountiful harvests. But these prayers often turned desperate when the distant sound of horns signaled the approach of an enemy. The fear of marauders descending upon their homes was a constant shadow. The farmer's hands trembled slightly as he remembered the stories his father had told him, tales of warriors who left their plows behind to defend their land. Crop and combat were inseparable, two sides of the same coin in this harsh and beautiful world. In the bustling heart of the city, the Senate convened, a gathering of power, ambition, and dread. The air crackled with tension as senators argued over the allocation of resources, balancing support for the military with the needs of the farmers. They spoke of grain reserves, and with every word, the life of the common man hung in the balance. For every soldier sent to battle, there was a farmer left behind, praying that the harvest would be enough to sustain his family while his neighbors fought for the empire. In the far reaches of the countryside, a priest stood before an altar draped in offerings, wheat, wine, and the flowers of spring. He offered prayers to Ceres, the goddess of agriculture, his voice rising and falling like the wind through the fields. But even as he called for divine favor, he heard the distant drumbeats of war. The duality of devotion and dread weighed heavily on his heart. Would the goddess listen to their pleas for abundance when the very land was stained with the sacrifices of soldiers? Would she protect the harvest amidst the chaos of conflict? The tension between warfare and agriculture pulsated like a heartbeat through the veins of Rome. When war beckoned, the soldiers marched, and with them, the promise of glory. The farmers watched, hearts heavy, as their brothers donned armor and left the fields behind. For every sword wielded in defense of the empire, there was a field left unsown, a family left in peril. Yet, in their absence, whispers of valor and honor rang through the air, igniting pride and fear alike in the hearts of those who remained. Fields once vibrant with life now lay barren, the silence of unplanted crops echoing the cries of fallen warriors. The gods seemed to hold their breath, waiting to see who would emerge from the clash of steel and soil. And when the soldiers returned, weary and battle-worn, the farmers looked to them with a mix of hope and apprehension. Would they bring back tales of conquest, or would they return with the heavy burden of loss? The relationship between the soil and the sword was a fragile thread, woven through with despair and hope. As the seasons changed, so too did the fate of the land. The first raindrops fell, nourishing the earth, and the farmers prayed for a bountiful harvest. Yet, lurking in the shadows were the memories of the past, the fields that had been scorched, the homes that had been razed. The specter of war loomed ever-present, reminding them that the peace they cherished could be shattered in an instant. The soil, rich with promise, could just as easily become a graveyard for ambitions unfulfilled. A soldier returned from battle, his armor dulled by the dust of the road and the weight of sorrow. As he crossed through the fields he once knew, the farmer met him with a mix of gratitude and anguish. The soldier spoke of glory and valor, tales that captivated the heart. But underneath the words lay a truth both bitter and sweet. The farm had flourished in his absence, crops heavy with promise. Yet, the farmer knew that every ear of wheat stood as a reminder of those who would never return. The mingling of triumph and grief twisted within them like a storm, a constant reminder of the price paid in blood for the bounty of the earth. In the sacred moments of silence, prayers were uttered, beseeching not just for abundance, but for peace, a fragile dream shared between those who turned the soil and those who took up arms. The farmers prayed for the safety of their land, offering gratitude for what they had, even as they mourned for what was lost. Each seed sown was a prayer cast into the universe, a hope that the gods would recognize the fine thread connecting the lives of warriors and cultivators alike. As dusk fell, the fields shimmered under the fading light, a tapestry of green and gold, each blade of grass a testament to resilience. The air was thick with unspoken words, a bond forged between the land and its people. They were bound not just by the blood spilled in war, but also by the love of the earth that cradled them. The cycle of warfare and agriculture turned endlessly, an intertwined destiny that would echo through the ages, leaving behind a legacy both beautiful and tragic. In that moment, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the farmer and soldier stood together, united by their shared fate. The world around them held its breath, waiting for the next thunderous clash of war to break the silence of the night. The soil was rich, but so too was their longing for peace, woven intricately through every prayer whispered under the watchful gaze of the stars. In that fragile space, They understood that the next chapter had yet to be written, and the story of war and harvest continued, an endless cycle of hope and heartache, forever binding them to the land they called home. The thunder of marching boots echoed through the streets, a rhythmic heartbeat that pulsed with both pride and purpose. Onlookers lined the sidewalks, faces a tapestry of emotions, some filled with awe, others with memories of loved ones who had fought and fallen for their country. Children clutched flags, their small hands trembling with excitement, while the elderly stood with tear-filled eyes, recalling past parades when they were young, when they too had marched beneath the banners of glory. Banners fluttered in the crisp air, each one telling a story of bravery and sacrifice, a testament to those who had stood their ground in the face of adversity. These vibrant colors were not mere fabric. They were threads woven into the very fabric of a nation's history. Military parades were more than just displays of strength. They were rituals steeped in tradition, honoring those who had served and those who had been lost. Each step taken by the soldiers resonated with the courage of generations before them. Throughout history, empires have utilized military parades as powerful tools of propaganda, instilling national pride and unity. Ancient Rome, with its grand processions, showcased the might of its legions, celebrating victories that echoed through the ages. The triumphal arches built to commemorate these events still stand today, silent witnesses to the fervor of a time when the empire stretched across continents. Each parade was a reminder to the citizens of Rome, a visceral connection between the spoils of war and the glory of their civilization. As the drums rolled and the trumpets blared, the sun glinted off polished helmets and gleaming rifles, casting a golden hue over the procession. The air was thick with anticipation, as the crowd held its breath, waiting for the moment when the troops would pass by, a living embodiment of strength and discipline. In that fleeting encounter, a bond formed between the soldiers and the civilians, one that transcended the mundane. The soldiers, with steely gazes and chests adorned with medals, stood as symbols of resilience, their presence igniting a spark of hope within the hearts of those watching. Military parades have often served a dual purpose, both as a means of celebration and a warning. In the wake of the First World War, nations sought to rebuild morale, showcasing their newfound strength as a signal to any would-be aggressors. The parades were a promise, a vow to protect, to stand united against any threat. The massive displays of military might become a way to say, "We have endured, and we will not be broken." The echoes of cannons and the sight of tanks rolling through the streets sent shivers down the spine, reminding all of the cost of freedom. Yet, amid the fanfare and the spectacle, there lay a solemn undertone. Each step forward carried the weight of those who had paid the ultimate price. Families watched, some clutching photographs of loved ones lost in battle, their hearts heavy with memories. The moment was bittersweet, a dance of joy shadowed by the sorrow of absence. In this poignant tableau, the parade transformed into a sacred tribute, a moment of reflection for a community longing for peace. As the procession moved on, the rhythm shifted from the steady march of soldiers to the melodic strains of a military band. The music soared, filling the air with a sense of nostalgia. It stirred memories of home, of laughter shared over dinner tables, of children playing in the fields. The notes spoke of dreams and aspirations, mingling with the cheers of the crowd. Each melody became a bridge, connecting the past with the present, threading together stories of hope and heartache, of valor and vulnerability. In more recent times, parades have evolved, embracing modernity while retaining the essence of their purpose. The introduction of technology brought dazzling displays of aerial acrobatics, drones soaring above like metallic birds, all while the ground troops marched with unwavering precision. Yet, at the core, the significance remained unchanged. The parade still served to remind the citizenry of the sacrifices made, the struggles endured, and the ongoing commitment to vigilance in a world fraught with uncertainty. In every corner of the globe, military parades stand as a testament to national identity, shaping the collective consciousness of a people. From the grand avenues of Moscow, where tanks rumble past the Kremlin, to the pristine streets of Washington, D.C., where the nation's colors unfurl in a celebration of unity, each event is a chapter in the story of a nation. The sights and sounds evoke a deep sense of belonging, a reminder that history is not just a collection of dates and events, but a living narrative woven into the hearts of those who bear its legacy. As the final notes of the anthem echoed through the air, a profound silence followed, a moment that felt suspended in time. Eyes glistened as the last of the troops passed, a powerful wave of emotion washing over the crowd. The connections forged in that brief encounter lingered long after the last soldier had disappeared around the corner. Bonds of shared experience, of sacrifice and triumph, pulsed like an unbreakable thread through the hearts of those who were present. In that moment, the parade became more than just an event. It transformed into a collective heartbeat, a rhythm of remembrance that would resonate through the years to come. The streets, once filled with the sound of marching feet, now held an echo of unity and pride, a lingering promise that the sacrifices of the past would never be forgotten. As the crowd dispersed, conversations buzzed with reflections on the significance of what they had witnessed. Each person carried with them a piece of the day's emotion, a reminder that history was not merely in the past but alive and breathing in their everyday lives. And as the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the remnants of the parade, a sense of quiet resolve settled over the city. The lessons of the past whispered through the shadows, urging the future to remember, to honor, and to uphold the values etched into the very foundation of a nation. The significance of military parades and processions would continue to resonate, woven into the fabric of society, an enduring tribute to the spirit of those who stand ready to protect and serve. The clang of steel against steel echoed through the air, reverberating like the heartbeat of a nation. Soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, their eyes fixed on the horizon where the sun dipped low, casting an orange glow over the battlefield. In that fleeting moment, hope and despair danced together, intertwining like the smoke rising from distant fires. Each soldier felt it, a palpable sense of fate hanging over them, whispering promises of glory and threats of oblivion. The weight of destiny was heavy on their shoulders, as if the very fabric of their existence was woven into the tapestry of war. In the chaos of battle, when blood spilled like ink on the pages of history, the mind of a soldier wrestled with profound questions. Was it courage that drove them forward, or was it the belief that their actions were preordained? The Romans were known for their unshakable belief in fate, calling it fatum. To them, every act was a thread in a grand design, every life a mere pawn in the hands of the gods. The soldiers who marched into the fields of Cannae in 216 BC, knowing that they faced insurmountable odds against Hannibal's forces, did so under the heavy cloud of destiny. They could almost hear the whispers of their ancestors, urging them to fight, to die for the glory of Rome. The idea that their fate was sealed, that they were part of a greater story, infused their hearts with both fear and resolve. As the tumult of war unfolded, the soldiers felt as if they were caught in a grand play, with each of them assigned a role. In the trenches of World War I, amidst the mud and despair, they clung to this belief, finding solace in the fact that their sacrifices were not in vain. Each night, as the shells exploded around them, they would share tales of heroism and fate, hoping to weave a narrative that would justify their suffering. Perhaps, one soldier mused, "We are chosen to bear this burden. Perhaps our deaths will mean something." This shared belief, that destiny had a hand in their struggle, gave them the strength to face the darkest hours. Consider the young men who stormed the beaches of Normandy on D-Day in 1944, hearts pounding with the weight of their fate. They had trained for this moment, but nothing could prepare them for the sight of death that awaited them. Yet, as they charged forward, there was a sense of purpose, a belief that they were part of something larger than themselves. "It is our destiny to liberate," one private shouted, courage igniting in his chest. "And we must not falter." Each bullet that whizzed past felt like a whisper of fate, nudging them toward their purpose. They were not simply soldiers. They were the embodiment of a nation's hope. In the quiet moments between battles, when the world fell still and the echoes of conflict faded, soldiers often found themselves reflecting on the nature of their existence. They pondered the fine line between fate and free will. Did they truly have the power to shape their destinies? Or were they merely actors in a script written long before their time? A sergeant once wrote in a letter home, "Every day, I feel the pull of fate. It's like a current in the river of life, pushing me toward a destination I can't see." This internal struggle was universal, echoing through the ages, binding soldiers of every era together in their quest for meaning amidst the chaos. As the years rolled on, the notion of fate continued to manifest in various forms. During the American Civil War, soldiers faced the harsh reality of mortality, yet many clung to the belief that their fight was divinely ordained. The Union and Confederate flags flapped in the wind, symbols of a cause that transcended the individual. In the heat of battle, a Confederate soldier, seconds away from death, might have thought, "Is this how my story ends? Did fate bring me here to fulfill a greater purpose?" Such thoughts added a layer of complexity to their actions, transforming ordinary men into mythic figures in the struggle for their beliefs. The interplay of fate and destiny was not limited to the battlefield. It seeped into the very lives of the soldiers' families. Letters sent home carried the weight of uncertainty, laden with the belief that love and sacrifice were intertwined. A mother receiving a letter would read her son's words as if gazing into a crystal ball, searching for signs of his fate. "I fight for you, for our future," he would write, imbuing his words with the hope that destiny had a hand in their reunion. The dreams of the waiting families were woven into the soldiers' mindset, a tapestry of love and longing, courage and fear. As the dawn of each new day broke, casting light on the battlefield, soldiers faced their fate with a mix of trepidation and valor. The sound of distant artillery became a constant reminder that destiny was not to be ignored. They understood that their stories could end at any moment, yet they marched forward, driven by the belief that their actions mattered. Each fallen comrade became a testament to their shared journey, a reminder that their fates were intertwined in the great expanse of history. In the trenches, the whispers of the past mingled with the hope of a better future. And as they fought, each soldier became a link in the chain of fate, a reminder that while destiny shaped their paths, it was their choices that illuminated the way. The battle raged on, and with each charge, they carried the weight of not just their own lives, but the hopes and dreams of countless others. The line between fate and free will blurred, creating a mosaic of human experience that spanned generations. With every heart-stopping moment on the battlefield, with every profound question lingering in the air, they continued to fight, not just against their enemies, but for a sense of purpose, for the belief that what lay ahead was more than mere chance. The stage was set for the next act in their unfolding saga, a story yet to be written, a destiny yet to be fulfilled. A hush fell over the battlefield, an eerie silence that hung heavy in the air, as soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, their hearts pounding like war drums. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced across the ground, a flickering reminder of the lives that would soon be lost. In the midst of this charged atmosphere, men clasped their hands, knelt in the dirt, and raised their voices toward the heavens. "God, be with us," a captain whispered, his voice trembling with the weight of responsibility. This moment was sacred, a prayer before the storm. It was a tradition that transcended time, a ritual that connected the past with the present, and the living with the fallen. Across history, in every corner of the world, warriors have turned to the divine, seeking comfort and strength as they prepared to face the chaos of battle. In ancient Greece, just before the clash of spears at the Battle of Marathon, the Athenian soldiers gathered. They closed their eyes and murmured soft prayers to Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare. "Bestow upon us courage and victory," they implored, their voices rising above the sound of rustling armor. The weight of their city's future rested heavily on their shoulders. Each man knew that their faith was not just a personal solace. It was a bond that united them against the fear that clutched at their hearts. Fast forward to the rolling hills of France in 1415, where King Henry V stood before his beleaguered troops. The Battle of Agincourt was looming, and the air was thick with anticipation. Henry raised his sword high and called out fervently, "God for Harry, England, and St. George!" His voice, a fierce rallying cry, surged through the ranks of weary soldiers. They felt the warmth of his conviction seep into their souls, igniting the spark of bravery that flickered dangerously close to extinguishing. Together, they bowed their heads, offering a collective prayer for divine intervention, their fears momentarily eased by the power of belief. Across the Atlantic, in the foggy woods of New England, colonists prepared for a fight that would change their lives forever. As the sun set on April 19, 1775, the men of Lexington and Concord gathered, knowing the dawn would bring chaos. A pastor stepped forward, and with a voice steady as stone, he prayed for guidance against tyranny and oppression. "Let us not falter in our resolve," he urged, "but stand firm for the freedom that is our birthright." The men felt the weight of the moment. Their prayers were woven into the fabric of a revolution that would echo through history. As the sun rose on the fields of Gettysburg in 1863, the Union soldiers stood in formation, hearts aflame with the hope of preserving the nation. Before the first shots rang out, General Meade led his men in prayer. "O Lord, grant us the strength to fight for what is right," he implored, his voice breaking with emotion. The fervor of their faith wrapped around them like a protective cloak, emboldening them to face the unknown horrors that awaited in the battle that would become a turning point in the Civil War. In the Pacific, 1942, as the troops braced for the onslaught at Guadalcanal, the rumble of distant artillery echoed like thunder. Soldiers gathered in small groups, clasping rosaries and crosses, reciting prayers that had been passed down through generations. "Protect us, watch over our families," they murmured, each word steeped in both fear and hope. Some would not see another day, yet their faith burned bright, an unyielding beacon guiding them through the darkest of times. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the world's greatest battles were not solely defined by the clash of swords or the roar of cannons. They were shaped by the quiet, fervent prayers that filled the spaces between the chaos. The power of belief surged through warriors from all walks of life, binding them together in shared hopes and dreams of triumph. It made them feel invincible, even when they were on the brink of despair. Each whisper of prayer was like a soft thread, weaving through the tapestry of history, connecting distant warriors in their quest for honor, justice, and survival. The stakes had never been higher, and the air was electric with anticipation. Each man felt the weight of the prayers, an unseen shield against the chaos that awaited them. In the quiet of the night before the Battle of the Bulge, soldiers huddled together, sharing stories of home as the snow fell softly around them. Their voices were low, almost lost to the winds. Yet, as they clasped hands, they felt the warmth of their shared faith. "Let us fight together as brothers," one soldier intoned. They prayed not just for victory, but for those they loved, for the future they yearned to protect. As the dawn broke on D-Day, the Allied soldiers lined up, hearts heavy with uncertainty. The roar of planes overhead drowned out the sound of their prayers, but every man silently called out for strength. "Guide us, O Lord," they thought in unison, each heartbeat a testament to their courage. This was not just a battle for land. It was a fight for freedom, and their voices echoed through the chaos, a chorus of determination amidst the impending storm. Across the ages and battles, prayers have been a lifeline, a thread that binds the past to the present. As soldiers of every era faced unknown terrors, they found solace in their faith. With each prayer, they forged bonds that transcended the violence surrounding them, a reminder that even in the face of death, hope flickered brightly. And so, as the sun set on another day of conflict, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder and the cries of the fallen, the prayers of countless warriors lingered like a haunting melody. They filled the spaces where silence would otherwise reign, a testament to the unbreakable human spirit. In that moment, as history turned, they became more than mere words. They became a promise to fight, to believe, and to honor those who had come before them. The battlefield was not just a place of death. It was a sacred ground, where prayers and valor collided, and the echoes of hope would reverberate through time. The air was thick with tension, as the echo of distant gunfire rattled the fragile peace of a sunlit morning. Soldiers, clad in mud-stained uniforms, gathered in a makeshift camp, their faces drawn and weary. In the midst of chaos, one soldier, his hands trembling yet resolute, knelt in the dirt. He closed his eyes, drawing a deep breath, and whispered a prayer that floated into the air like a flicker of hope in an otherwise dismal sky. It was a simple plea for strength, safety, and a return home. This moment, repeated countless times in battlefields across history, held a power that transcended the noise of war. Each soldier carried with them a unique story, a sacred bond with the divine forged in the fires of conflict. George, a young private in the Civil War, stood amidst the swirling smoke of cannon fire at the Battle of Gettysburg. The ground beneath him shook with thunderous booms, but in the eye of that storm, he found solace in a whispered prayer. "Please, God, let me see my daughter again," he implored, his voice breaking. He recalled her tiny hands, her laughter like a melody lost in the din of war. As the smoke lifted, revealing the chaos around him, he felt an unexpected calm wash over him. Miraculously, he survived that fateful day, carrying the weight of gratitude and memory as he returned home. On the other side of the world, the horrors of World War I unfolded in the trenches of France. Private Henry, a soldier haunted by the sight of his fallen comrades, would often find refuge in prayer. He remembered a day when the relentless rain fell like tears from the heavens. As bullets whizzed by, he sought shelter in the corner of a muddy trench, his heart pounding in rhythm with the distant artillery. "Lord, give me courage," he whispered, clutching a worn photograph of his mother. That image was his talisman, a connection to a world untouched by war. He prayed, not just for himself but for those around him, hoping that his words might shield them from the encroaching darkness. Just moments later, an explosion rocked the trench, throwing mud and despair into the air. Yet, miraculously unharmed, he grasped the photo tighter, feeling the warmth of his mother's love manifesting through his fear. The chaos of battle often birthed miracles, or at least moments that felt divine. In the heat of the Pacific during World War II, a young Marine named Miguel found himself trapped on a beach, enemy fire raining down like hail. In that moment of terror, he looked up to the heavens, his heart racing. "If you spare me today, I'll do anything," he cried out, tears mingling with the salt of the ocean spray. As the bullets whizzed past, he felt a strange sense of clarity. He dodged left and then right, moving with a purpose that felt guided by unseen hands. When he reached safety, he could scarcely believe he had survived. The prayer that had left his lips was now a promise etched into his soul, shaping the man he would become. As stories of prayer continued to emerge from the shadows of battle, they painted a vivid tapestry of resilience. Corporal Lisa, serving in Iraq, held her breath as her unit faced an ambush. The cacophony was deafening, but in the midst of chaos, she reached for her dog tags, the engraved words a reminder of her faith. "Lord, protect my brothers and sisters." Each word was a lifeline, a tether to hope. As the firefight raged on, she felt an inexplicable strength surge within her. They emerged from that ambush, battered but intact, and for Lisa, the experience was a testament to the power of her prayer. The bond formed in those harrowing moments was like a thread woven through her life, intertwining faith and survival. In the jungles of Vietnam, Sergeant Tom found himself surrounded by enemy forces. The air was thick with tension, the smell of gunpowder and sweat overwhelming. He closed his eyes, letting the sounds fade away as he prayed for courage. "God, let me make it through this day." As he opened his eyes, a sudden burst of gunfire broke the silence, and in that split second, he felt a shift. A miracle, perhaps? The enemy's fire skewed, missing him by mere inches. In the days that followed, Tom clung to that moment, believing it to be a sign that he was not meant to fall that day. The memory of the prayer lingered in his heart, a reminder that in the darkest moments, light could break through. Back on the home front, families often prayed for their loved ones, wielding faith like a shield against the uncertainty of war. A mother named Sarah lit candles each night, her prayers wrapping around her son stationed overseas. "Bring him home safe," she whispered to the flickering flames, tears cascading down her cheeks as she remembered the little boy who once played in the backyard. One day, as she stood at the window, she saw a figure approaching. Her heart raced as she recognized the familiar silhouette. The doors opened, and there he stood, her son, alive and well, having defied the odds. In that embrace, they both understood that their shared prayers had created an invisible bond that traversed the miles of separation. Every soldier, every prayer, every moment captured in the tapestry of war offered a glimpse into the profound connection between the human spirit and the divine. Each testimony was a heart-wrenching reminder that in the depths of despair, faith could ignite hope. The stories flowed like a river, intertwining across time and space, each one leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of those who heard them. They served as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a beacon of light amidst the shadows of battle. As the sun sets on another day of conflict, the echoes of prayers rise into the sky, mingling with the smoke of gunfire. In the silence that often follows chaos, soldiers find solace not just in survival, but in the belief that they are never truly alone. The bond between them, forged in prayer and shared experiences, transcends the horrors of war, carrying with it the promise of hope, faith, and a return to the ones they love. And in that unbreakable bond, the stories continue, intertwining into the fabric of history, waiting to be told. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable tension that clung to the skins of soldiers as they gathered beneath the ancient stone archways of their fortress. Shadows danced playfully in the flickering torchlight, but the true dance was one of fear and reverence that had echoed through the ages. The clanging of armor and the rustle of banners punctuated the silence, each sound a reminder of the looming battles that lay ahead. As the men formed a circle, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames, they knew they were about to partake in a ritual that bound them not just to one another, but to something far greater, something that both terrified and inspired them. At the center of the assembly stood the priest, his presence commanding and solemn. Draped in a robe that seemed to absorb the light, he clutched a weathered sword, its hilt engraved with symbols of protection that had been passed down through generations. The sword was not merely a weapon. It was a conduit to the divine, a bridge that connected the mortal realm with the gods who watched over them. The men felt a shiver run down their spines, each one secretly questioning whether the spirits would favor them in the impending onslaught. Fear hung in the air like a heavy fog, and superstition danced on the edges of their minds. It whispered tales of omens and portents, stories of soldiers who had been warned by dreams or signs before meeting their fate on the battlefield. With every heartbeat, they thought of the raven that had appeared the day before, its black feathers a foreboding omen, its caw echoing like a death knell in their ears. They had seen the sun rise red, a color of blood and warning, and wondered what it meant. Had it been a gift, a message of strength, or a harbinger of doom? The priest raised his arms, calling upon the ancient deities who once roamed the earth, asking them to bless their weapons and shield them from harm. The soldiers' hearts raced in unison, a symphony of hope and dread. They were acutely aware that in the eyes of the gods, glory was intertwined with sacrifice. With each prayer, they offered pieces of themselves, bartering their fears for courage, their doubts for strength. Yet, deep down, they felt the chilling grasp of uncertainty, a fear that even the most fervent prayers might go unanswered. As the ritual unfolded, the priest began invoking the names of fallen heroes, their stories woven tightly into the fabric of the soldiers' identities. Each name was a reminder of those who had gone before, heroes who had faced the same fears and had, in many cases, succumbed to them. The flames crackled as if in response, casting flickering shadows that mimicked the faces of the fallen, as if the dead were watching, urging their brothers to fight with valor. The soldiers stood a little taller, yet the weight of fear still hung heavy. They had heard of those who went into battle with courage, only to falter when confronted with the chaos and bloodshed. As the priest continued, the soldiers began to chant, their voices swelling into a resonant roar that vibrated through the very stones around them. Each word was a talisman against the encroaching darkness, a shield against the fear that threatened to engulf them. They chanted of victory, of glory, and yet, buried within those powerful words lay the darker undertones of dread. With every repetition, They felt their hearts quicken, swept up in a collective frenzy that both exhilarated and terrified them. The line between worship and superstition blurred, as they began to believe they could bend fate to their will with sheer force of will and belief. And then came the moment when the priest called for silence. The atmosphere shifted, thickening as they braced for the final invocation that would seal their bond with the divine. In that silence, breaths were held. Every heartbeat was a whisper of hope and terror. The priest, lowering his voice, warned them of the consequences of failure. He spoke of the wrath of the gods, the specters of misfortune that would haunt them if they dared to disrespect the ancient rituals. It was a reminder that military might was only effective when paired with respect for the unseen powers that governed their fates. In the hushed stillness, a rustle echoed through the ranks. The soldiers turned, instinctively clutching their swords as the shadow of an owl swooped overhead, its wings silent against the night. An omen, or merely a creature of the dark? The soldiers exchanged nervous glances, their minds racing with the implications. Was this a sign of protection or a curse waiting to unfold? The uncertainty tightened around them like a noose, a weight that seemed to press down on their shoulders. As they prepared to march into the fray, the weight of belief and fear pressed heavily upon their hearts. Each soldier carried not only his weapon but also the burden of countless superstitions, each tale a thread woven into the cloak of their identities. They believed that their choices would summon the favor of the gods or draw the ire of vengeful spirits. They would carry these fears into battle, where courage would clash with terror, and the boundary between the sacred and the profane would blur. The last flicker of the torches cast fleeting reflections in their eyes, shadows of doubt and determination swirling within them. As they grasped their weapons tightly, they understood that the real battle was not just against their enemies, but against the fears and superstitions that clung to them like ghosts. The weight of their worship and the power of their beliefs would guide them through the chaos that awaited. They stepped forward, steeling themselves for the unknown, where their faith would be tested, and the true nature of fear would be revealed. The soldiers marched into the night, bound together by fear, superstition, and an unyielding desire for glory. Together, they ventured into a future where every heartbeat echoed with uncertainty, where shadows loomed large, and the ancient gods held their fates in the balance. And as they disappeared into the darkness, the flickering flames of the past danced behind them, forging an unbreakable link between the worship of the divine and the harsh realities of war. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a blood-red glow over a field soaked in the echoes of battle. The air hung heavy with the scent of sweat and iron, blending with the distant cries of the vanquished. It was here, amidst the flickering flames of dying torches, that warriors gathered, their hearts heavy with the weight of duty and faith. This was a time of warriors, where the clang of swords was only matched by the fervent prayers that soared to the heavens. In those days, war was a brutal, sacred rite, one that demanded the blessings of the gods. As soldiers prepared for battle, they turned not only to their comrades but also to divine forces, voicing their hopes in a cacophony of pleas that climbed into the darkening sky. They invoked the names of gods long venerated, deities of old who promised victory in exchange for loyalty and courage. Each prayer was wrapped in the urgency of survival, resonating with the cries of those who had fallen before them. But change was stirring, like a distant storm creeping over the horizon. As the fervent chants filled the air, a whisper of something new began to circulate among the ranks. The banners of Christ, once a flicker of unspeakable hope on the fringes of the battlefield, were now being woven into the fabric of their very existence. A new power was emerging, one that promised forgiveness and eternal life, a stark contrast to the bloodshed that marked their days. The warriors felt a tremor in their souls, a flicker of doubt mingling with their once unshakable faith in their old gods. In the flickering light, a priest stood among them, his voice rising above the clamor like a beacon. He spoke of mercy, of a God who loved not just the victorious but also the weak and the broken. His words were like cool water on parched lips, striking a chord in the hearts of those who had known nothing but the harshness of combat. "Pray for peace," he urged, his arms open wide as if embracing a world yearning for something more. Pray not just for victory, but for the souls lost along the way. The warriors exchanged glances. How could they pray for peace when their swords hung heavy at their sides? Yet something shifted within them. They began to feel the weight of their actions, the toll of each life taken in the name of glory. The old prayers, filled with demands for victory and vengeance, seemed to fall flat against the backdrop of this new message. What if their cries could usher in healing instead of more bloodshed? What if their prayers could reach beyond the battlefield to a realm where mercy reigned? As the sun set, the warriors knelt in the mud, the shifting tide of faith washing over them. They chanted words of urgency, but this time, the prayers were laced with a different kind of strength. Let us triumph, but may we do so with honor, they murmured, feeling the power of these new prayers take hold. The fervor was palpable, a new rhythm pulsating through their veins, a call for justice intertwined with compassion. Days turned into weeks, and the shift continued. The battlefield transformed from a place of unyielding violence to a site of conflicting beliefs. The clash between the old ways and the new felt like a storm brewing in the hearts of the warriors. The once stalwart prayers for the slaughter of enemies morphed into pleas for guidance and wisdom. Grant us the strength to fight our foes, but also the grace to spare the innocent. They whispered, voices quivering with the weight of their requests. In the distance, the enemy armies gathered, their own warriors steeped in tradition, chanting prayers that echoed across the valley. They were warriors forged in the fires of their beliefs, demanding favor from gods who reveled in bloodshed. But would they, too, feel the tremors of change? The murmur of Christians praying for peace hung in the air, a challenge to their ancient ways, a seed of doubt that could crack the very foundations of their faith. The day of battle arrived, and the ground shook beneath the feet of men eager for glory. They rushed into the fray, swords clashing, shields splintering. Yet amidst the chaos, a strange calm settled over the hearts of some. One soldier, caught in a moment of clarity, paused and looked at his opponent, a man just like him, driven by desperation and fear. The new prayers echoed in his mind, wrapping around his heart like a warm embrace. He dropped his sword, reaching out instead with an open hand, a gesture of peace in a world that knew none. The battle raged on, but the seeds of transformation had been sown. In the chaos of the battlefield, the cries of the long ago fallen mingled with the desperate prayers of the living. Some warriors began to question the meaning of honor, victory, and the very purpose of their existence. Was it worth it? Was the glory of battle worth the lives lost, the families shattered? As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows over the bloodied earth, the sounds of battle began to shift. The prayers of the Christians, now echoing in the hearts of many, intertwined with the shouts of war. The ground itself seemed to tremble, a war cry blossoming into a deeper yearning, a desire for understanding, for compassion, for a future forged not in blood, but in the bonds of brotherhood. The tension in the air was electric, as if the very heavens were holding its breath, waiting for a choice to be made. Warriors on both sides felt the tug of something greater. The old ways had held them captive, but now a new path beckoned, one that led to redemption through forgiveness. The battlefield had become more than a site of conflict. It was a crucible of change, a place where prayers could reshape destinies. In that moment, the true battle was not just against enemies, but within their own hearts. The pain, the longing, and the hope surged together, creating a hymn that resonated across the field. And as they stood, sword in hand and heart wide open, the question lingered in the air. Would they continue the cycle of violence, or would they dare to embrace the transformative power of love and mercy? The sun vanished behind the horizon, but the light of a new dawn began to seep into the world. A promise of hope, a flicker of possibility. The warriors, now caught in the inclusive embrace of change, knew this was just the beginning. The prayers of the past held no power over them anymore. They were ready to forge a new legacy, one where compassion and courage walked hand in hand into the uncertain future, leading them towards a horizon illuminated by the glow of something profoundly beautiful. In the dim light of a flickering torch, a group of people huddled in the shadows of a crumbling temple. The air was thick with incense, a fragrant blend of myrrh and frankincense, wrapping around them like a comforting embrace. These were not just remnants of a bygone era. They were the last guardians of a tradition that had endured centuries of change, a heartbeat against the overwhelming tide of a new faith that sought to redefine the world. The late Roman Empire, a time when the very foundations of society trembled under the weight of transformation, was a period marked by clashes of belief. Yet here, in this hidden sanctuary, the flicker of pagan practices persisted. They whispered ancient prayers to forgotten gods, their voices rising to meet the cracked stone ceiling. The goddess Fortuna was invoked, her spirit called upon to bestow luck in a world that felt increasingly chaotic and uncertain. Each prayer was a declaration of identity, a reaffirmation of faith in a time when old ways were being cast aside like autumn leaves in the wind. Across the empire, temples once bustling with life stood silent. Yet in the corners of cities, where the light of the sun barely reached, those who clung to the old ways found solace. They whispered tales of the great gods Jupiter, Venus, and Mars, whose tales were woven into the very fabric of their existence. It was said that the goddess of love would guide lovers to one another, while the god of war would inspire the brave to stand tall against their foes. The stories were vivid and alive, pulsing with the energy of those who believed. Even as Christianity swept through the empire like wildfire, igniting fervor and fear alike, there remained a flickering flame of resistance among the pagans. They adorned their altars with offerings, fruits, flowers, and sometimes even the sacred blood of animals, a symbol of their devotion. The rituals were not mere echoes of a past age but living expressions of hope. Each ceremony was a testament to resilience, an act of defiance against the encroaching shadows. The tension was palpable. The air crackled with the weight of history. In secret groves and secluded hillsides, the rites continued. The ancient festival of Saturnalia still unfolded in whispered laughter and shared meals, a time when social norms were cast aside. It was a rebellion of joy amidst the despair. Masks were worn, and the boundaries that separated master from servant melted away under the warmth of shared revelry. It was a reminder that life, in all its complexity, demanded celebration. But the eyes of the empire were watching, ever vigilant. The edicts of emperors came down like a storm, demanding conformity and punishing divergence. The scent of herbs and spices from the temples wafted above the city, a reminder of what was slowly being erased. Yet, in the hearts of the people, the old stories lingered like a cherished secret, passed from parent to child in the hushed tones of night. They would not be silenced so easily. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, the whisper of the past grew louder. A young girl named Julia, with bright eyes and an insatiable curiosity, stood before the statue of Minerva in a hidden glade. She had heard the tales of the wise goddess from her grandmother, who had taught her that wisdom was as precious as gold. With trembling fingers, Julia placed a simple offering of wildflowers at the base of the statue, her heart racing with the thrill of connection to something greater than herself. In that act, she felt the essence of her ancestors flowing through her veins, a powerful reminder that their lives had not been in vain. Yet, as Julia knelt in reverence, the distant sound of marching boots shattered the stillness. A patrol, armed and unwavering, marched through the woods, on a mission to root out the remnants of paganism. Their commander, a stern man named Octavius, believed himself a protector of the new order, tasked with extinguishing the last flickers of the old faith. He knew little of the depth of passion that lay beneath the surface. He marched with purpose, oblivious to the sacredness of the ground beneath his feet. Julia's heart raced as she heard their voices approach. An impulse surged within her. Would she run, or would she stand? In that moment, the weight of centuries pressed upon her. She could feel the eyes of her ancestors watching, urging her to remember. She stood firm, her heart thumping like a war drum against her chest. The power of her lineage surged through her, a fierce determination to protect the beliefs that had shaped her very existence. As Octavius and his men drew near, a choice lay before her. Would she shout a warning to those in the temple? Would she fight for her beliefs? The air was thick with tension, and in that heartbeat of silence, time seemed to stretch infinitely. The very fabric of history was at stake, woven from the threads of faith, hope, and courage. In the distance, a voice called out, a chant rising like smoke into the evening sky, an echo of the ancient rites that had endured through the ages. The words, laden with emotion, stirred something deep within Julia. She closed her eyes, allowing the chant to resonate within her, filling her with the resolve of generations. The soldier's footsteps drew closer, but she could not turn away from the call of the gods. The clash between old and new was no longer just a historical footnote. It was alive, vibrant, and pulsing with energy. The resilience of pagan practices had become a living battle, not just against the soldiers that sought to extinguish their traditions, but against the very forces of time and change. In that moment, the whispers of the past surged forth, intertwining with Julia's spirit, igniting a flame that no edict could extinguish. Outside the temple's crumbling walls, the clash of beliefs echoed into the night, an ongoing saga that would span decades, centuries even. As Julia stood strong, the torchlight flickered, and the shadows danced, casting a haunting tableau of ancient gods and fierce ideals. And in that electric moment, the past became the present, and the future hung in the balance, waiting to be written anew. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the ancient battlefields where soldiers once stood, hearts pounding, spirits ignited by the fervor of war. In that moment, the air was thick with a blend of sweat, fear, and hope, a concoction that stirred the souls of men ready to face their destiny. As armies assembled, they turned not just to swords and shields, but to the heavens above, seeking favor from the gods. The rituals of prayer, steeped in tradition and fortified by belief, became a lifeline, a thread that connected them to the divine. In Greece, before the clash of shields, a warrior would kneel, his forehead kissed by the dust of the earth, and whisper to Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare. He would invoke her name softly, hoping his plea would float to the celestial heights, reaching her ears. The prayer was not merely words, it was a bond of trust. "Oh, Athena," he would say, "grant me strength and courage. Let my aim be true." These words, tender yet fierce, rolled off the tongue with the weight of ancestors past. The Greeks saw their gods as companions, guiding them through the chaos of battle. As he rose, the soldiers around him chanted their own invocations, a chorus that echoed through the hills. It was a beautiful, haunting sound, the kind that made the hairs on the back of one's neck stand at attention. They believed that Athena's essence infused their very being, transforming ordinary men into warriors. Each prayer, dripping with emotion, became a shield against the fear that crept into their hearts. They were not just fighting for glory, they were fighting for a divine purpose, their faith fortifying their resolve. But across the Mediterranean, the Romans had a different approach. Their military prayers were not just personal whispers, but a deeply organized ritual, a reflection of their state's might and discipline. Before battle, a centurion would lead his men in an invocation to Mars, the god of war, his voice steady and commanding. "Mars, hear our call. We fight not for ourselves but for Rome." The words rang out with a thunderous authority, resonating through the ranks like a battle cry. Each soldier felt the magnetic pull of collective ambition, a yearning to protect their empire, their families, their very way of life. The Romans believed that their strength lay in unity, and so the rituals were conducted with precision. They would gather, shoulder to shoulder, hearts beating as one, their voices intertwining in a powerful harmony. The fervor was palpable, a living entity that surged through the air. They offered sacrifices, sometimes even a prized horse, believing that such acts would curry favor with Mars and ensure victory. To them, the divine was an ally but also a force to be appeased, a reminder that strength must be matched with respect and humility. As the two military traditions unfolded, the differences became stark yet beautiful. The Greek prayers were personal, intimate, woven with emotion that echoed the individual's hopes and fears. Each warrior had a story, a family waiting for his return, and with every plea to Athena, there was a whisper of vulnerability, a connection to something greater than themselves. They were not merely fighting for victory. They were fighting for honor, for the story of their lives that they wished to continue writing. In contrast, the Roman prayers surged with the urgency of the collective. The weight of an empire rested upon their shoulders, and the prayers reflected that burden. "We are legion," they would chant, their voices rising like a tide, powerful and unyielding. Each word was an assertion of strength, a declaration of allegiance to their homeland. Through this unity, they summoned a fire that burned brighter than fear, igniting their spirits as they faced the clash ahead. The air crackled with anticipation as battle loomed. Greek warriors, eyes intense, envisioned Athena standing beside them, her presence felt in the very marrow of their bones. Each spear they hurled was a prayer, each clash of metal a tribute to the divine. The prayers were their armor against despair, a reminder that they were part of a larger narrative, a story of gods and heroes etched in history. Meanwhile, Roman soldiers steadied themselves, drawing strength from their shared prayers. They remembered their ancestors, the legacies that had paved the way for Rome's glory. The chants of their forefathers echoed in their minds, and as they moved into formation, they felt the weight of duty. They were more than men. They were Rome incarnate, a powerful force meant to withstand the trials of war. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues, both armies stood at the precipice of destiny. They were bound by their rituals, their prayers intertwining with the very essence of their beings. The Greeks whispered heartfelt invocations to Athena, while the Romans bellowed their powerful calls to Mars. Each prayer, albeit different in form and fervor, was a tether to the divine, a lifeline that transcended the chaos of the battlefield. The tension hung thick in the air, the silence pregnant with expectation. The clash of swords was imminent, and within that charged moment, the prayers became palpable. It was a dance of faith and fear, hope and duty, and as both sides prepared to charge, the echoes of their invocations lingered, a haunting melody that united their fates. In this moment of impending conflict, the lines between the two traditions blurred, and the very essence of humanity, its vulnerabilities, its strength, and its undying hope, became the true prayer that resonated through the ages. The heartbeats of warriors, the whispers of prayers, and the crashing waves of destiny combined to create an anthem that would forever resonate on the pages of history. The air was thick with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson glow over the Roman soldiers gathered in formation. Each man stood tall, his heart pounding like a war drum, a mix of fear and fierce determination coursing through his veins. They were not just warriors. They were fervent believers, clutching their weapons and whispering prayers to Mars, the god of war. The words they spoke were heavy with ancient power, echoing through the ages, and in that moment, they felt the weight of the past and the hope for victory intertwined. In the bustling streets of Rome, art and literature thrived, but the heartbeat of this vibrant culture had a rhythm dictated by the clang of swords and the cries of the wounded. The influence of war prayers seeped into every crevice of Roman life, shaping not just the battlefield, but also the canvases and scrolls that captured the very essence of their existence. If one looked closely at the frescoes adorning the walls of grand villas, they would see hints of devotion and desperation. Figures kneeling before the gods, their faces twisted with anxiety, seeking divine favor in times of strife. One could almost hear the echoes of those prayers resonating through the marble halls of the Forum. Artists, inspired by the fervor of the faithful, began to depict these war prayers in their works, capturing the raw emotion of the moment. The brushstrokes were bold, colors vibrant, as if they were infusing the paintings with the very hopes and fears of the soldiers. In these masterpieces, every figure told a story of loss, courage, and an unyielding belief that the gods would answer their calls. Literature, too, bore the mark of these prayers. Poets and playwrights filled their verses with the agonizing beauty of conflict. They took the whispers of the prayerful soldiers and transformed them into powerful odes and tragedies. The words danced off the page, breathing life into the struggles and triumphs of the human spirit. The great epic poets like Virgil wove tales that were steeped in divine intervention, where the prayers of the characters resonated deeply with the audience. Readers felt a connection, their own hearts racing as they journeyed through battles fought and lost, guided by the whispers of the divine. But the most profound connection came during the rituals. The priests, clad in flowing robes, would stand before the gathered masses, invoking the gods with fervor. They recited the war prayers, their voices rising above the din, weaving a spell of hope and protection around the warriors preparing to march into the unknown. The tension in the air was palpable, as families clutched each other, tears glistening in their eyes, knowing that a prayer could be the difference between life and death. As the soldiers departed, the art that sprang from this fervor was not merely decorative. It became a lifeline. Sculptors carved figures with anguished expressions, capturing the weight of fate on every marble face. The prayers whispered in the heat of battle were immortalized in stone, a testament to the unbreakable bond between man and the divine. In the quiet corners of libraries, scrolls filled with epic tales were tucked away, waiting for readers to unearth them. These stories were more than mere entertainment. They were reflections of a society grappling with its identity amidst the chaos of war. The invocation of war prayers nestled in the verses served as a reminder of the sacrifices made, the bloodshed, and the hopes pinned on divine intervention. Each line was a prayer in itself, echoing the sentiments expressed by the soldiers who fought valiantly on distant battlefields. As the sun set on the battlefield and the cries of the fallen faded, the prayers lived on, forever etched in both art and literature. The weaving of these elements created a tapestry rich with emotion, where every brushstroke and every word carried the weight of history. Each artist and writer became an interpreter of the collective heart, channeling the essence of war prayers into their crafts, giving voice to the silent prayers of countless souls. And so, the influence of war prayers stretched far beyond the confines of the battlefield. It permeated the very fabric of Roman culture, establishing a profound connection between the divine and the mortal. The echo of those ancient words lingered in the air, a haunting reminder that amidst the chaos, there was still hope. Hope that the gods would listen, that victory would be granted, and that art and literature would keep the spirit of those prayers alive for generations to come. In every corner of Rome, the legacy of those prayers could be felt in the laughter of children playing in the streets, the whispers of lovers beneath the stars, and the solemn faces of those who mourned. The connection was undeniable, a thread woven so tightly into the very essence of the city that it became impossible to separate. The prayers of the warriors, the artists, and the poets danced together, creating a symphony that resonated through time. With each passing day, fresh inspiration poured forth from the hearts of the people. New stories emerged, new artworks were born, and the cycle continued, feeding off the energy of the past and the desires of the present. The echoes of war prayers remained a constant presence, urging the artists and writers to push boundaries, to reach deeper into the human experience, and to capture the soul of Rome with every stroke of the brush and every carefully chosen word. In the shadows of the grand temples and bustling marketplaces, a fire burned brightly, fueled by the collective longing for connection, between man and God, between past and present, between the fear of war and the hope of peace. The prayers transformed, evolving from simple invocations into complex narratives that captured the essence of the Roman spirit. Through every trial and tribulation, the influence of war prayers would continue to shape art and literature, echoing through the ages as a testament to the resilience of humanity amidst the chaos of existence. The night was thick with tension, the air almost crackling with anticipation. A Roman centurion, clad in worn armor, knelt in the flickering light of a campfire. Shadows danced around him, whispering secrets of valor and fate. His fingers brushed against the cool hilt of his sword, but it was not the blade that brought him comfort. It was the words he was about to utter. Mars, grant us victory. Jupiter, protect us. These were not just prayers. They were lifelines thrown into the abyss of war, a desperate plea for divine acknowledgement amidst the clamor of battle. As his voice faded into the night, the stillness hung heavy, and the echoes of those words would ripple through time, leaving a legacy that would transcend centuries. Roman military prayers were not mere incantations. They were the heartbeat of an empire, forged in blood and ambition, whispered over the dying embers of campfires, and resounding in the chaos of the battlefield. This moment, simple yet profound, foreshadowed a narrative that would find its way into the annals of history, paving paths for future generations. The power of these prayers surged through the ages, influencing the very fabric of cultures that would follow. As the Roman Empire waned, its spiritual legacy did not dissolve. It transformed, weaving itself into the rituals and beliefs of those who inherited the land. In the centuries that followed, echoes of those ancient words would resonate in the hearts of knights, warriors, and even common folk. As Christianity emerged, the fervor of Roman military prayers fell into the hands of the faithful, taking on new forms yet retaining their essence. The solemnity of a soldier's plea for protection morphed into the Christian supplicant's cry for mercy. "Deliver us from evil" became a mantra, just as powerful as the Romans' call to Mars. Medieval warriors, cloaked in chainmail and bearing crosses, would kneel in prayer before heading into battle, feeling the weight of tradition on their shoulders. They sought divine intervention just as their Roman ancestors once did, channeling that same desperation and hope. The prayers had crossed the divide, evolving yet echoing the same desires, the longing for safety, victory, and ultimately, salvation. In the heat of battle, as swords clashed and shields buckled, soldiers whispered the ancient prayers, their voices trembling with the knowledge that they stood on the shoulders of giants. "God of hosts," they would implore, "be with us," weaving the fabric of their own stories into the legacy left behind. The Roman prayers were reborn, mingling with new faith, igniting the souls of those who fought for glory and honor. The Renaissance, a time of rebirth and exploration, also saw a resurgence of interest in the classical world. Scholars unearthed ancient texts, dusting off the remnants of Roman military prayers, infusing them with a new vigor. These prayers found their way into literature, art, and philosophy, shaping the thoughts of a generation that was eager to connect with its roots. The emotional weight of those words was palpable, igniting passions and stirring the hearts of poets and playwrights who recognized the timeless struggle between man and fate. In the pages of history, the prayers morphed once again, transitioning into the liturgies of the church, echoing through parish halls and cathedrals. The fusion of Roman military fervor with Christian faith led to a complex tapestry of belief. The power of prayer was undeniable, and it lingered in the air like the scent of incense, wrapping around those who dared to hope. Fast forward to the Age of Enlightenment, a time marked by reason and skepticism. Yet, even as the world was rationalizing the divine, the echoes of those ancient prayers reverberated quietly in the hearts of soldiers heading off to distant lands. Each longing for peace and protection remained the same despite the changing tides of thought. In the trenches of World War I, soldiers were found clutching rosaries and muttering prayers that mirrored the ancient Romans, seeking solace and strength in the chaos that surrounded them. It was a cycle, a magnificent loop of humanity's need for connection with the divine, a need that would never fade. The prayers of the past became whispers in the ears of those who came after. Generations would kneel, heads bowed and hearts open, echoing the words of those who had come before them, praying for the same things: protection, victory, and peace. Time may have altered the words, but the emotions remained raw and real. Even in the modern world, remnants of this great legacy linger. Military chaplains speak the prayers of old, grounding soldiers in faith amidst the uncertainty of battle. The traditions passed down through the ages find their way into contemporary lives, where prayers are still recited in moments of fear and hope. The legacy of Roman military prayer continues, binding together the past and present in a fragile yet unbreakable thread of human experience. As the centurions' whispered incantations faded into history, they became part of a greater story, a story of resilience and faith that transcended the boundaries of time. Each prayer carried the weight of every soldier's heart, and each echo inspired the next, creating a legacy that would forever be interwoven with the very essence of humanity itself. And so it continued, the legacy unfurling like a tapestry, each thread connecting the prayers of a long-lost centurion with the whispered hopes of a modern-day soldier. The fire crackled, shadows danced, and the spirit of those ancient words lingered, forging an unbreakable bond across centuries. Each prayer was a bridge to the past, a testament to the enduring nature of hope, as the story flowed seamlessly into the next chapter of human history. The wind howled eerily through the remnants of an ancient battlefield, whispering secrets of long-forgotten warriors and their desperate prayers. Clusters of stones, worn smooth by time, stood as silent sentinels, encircled by the bones of those who had once fought fiercely for their homes, their gods, and their very existence. In that desolate place, the air crackled with the weight of rituals steeped in blood and devotion. It was a haunting reminder that war, far more than mere conflict, was a canvas painted with the colors of hope, fear, and the desperate yearning for divine favor. Archaeologists, like modern-day treasure hunters, sifted through the soil, unearthing relics that told stories of valor and suffering. Among the artifacts, they found ceremonial objects, intricate pottery adorned with the images of warriors and gods, bone tools stained by rituals of sacrifice. Each discovery echoed with the voices of those who had once knelt upon this earth, their hearts pounding in prayer, their souls aching for protection in the face of what lay ahead. One such artifact, a small clay figurine of a warrior grasping a spear, was unearthed from the mud, its details still remarkably vivid. The archaeologists marveled at the craftsmanship, but their admiration was tinged with unease. This wasn't just a toy or decoration. It bore witness to the rituals performed before battles. It was a reminder that every soldier, no matter how fierce, sought the comforting embrace of their gods, offering up prayers that mingled with the scent of smoke and blood. Fragments of ancient scrolls, barely legible but dripping with emotion, were discovered tucked away in a forgotten crevice. The ink, faded but poignant, spoke of prayers for victory and survival, pledging loyalty to deities who held the fates of men in their hands. The words trembled with urgency, each line a plea that transcended time, revealing the raw humanity behind the armor. What must it have been like for a warrior to stand on the cusp of battle, heart racing, whispering those sacred words into the void? A particularly fascinating find was an altar, adorned with remnants of burnt offerings, charred bones and ashes holding stories of sacrifice, offerings made to appease the gods who ruled the chaos of war. The altar, constructed with painstaking care, bore the scars of countless ceremonies where warriors sought blessings before facing the horrors of combat. As the archaeologists brushed away centuries of grime, they could almost hear the chants rising from the lips of those who had gathered around it, their voices woven together in desperate harmony, calling upon divine strength to guide their hands. As night fell, the shadows of history loomed larger, wrapping around the site like a cloak. The flickering flames of torches illuminated more than just the earth. They revealed the weight of tradition, the burden of duty. Evidence of communal gatherings emerged, stones arranged in circles where warriors gathered to share stories, pray, and prepare themselves mentally and spiritually for the bloodshed that awaited. The archaeologists felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were sensing the very essence of those who had once shared in those sacred moments. One chilling discovery was a set of weapons, each etched with symbols of divinity. These weren't just tools for killing. They were extensions of the warriors' souls, imbued with prayers written on the blades, promises carved into the handles. Every swing of the sword was a tribute to the gods, a reminder that each life taken was a negotiation with fate itself. What did the warriors feel as they held these weapons? Their hearts racing with the thrill of battle, yet heavy with the weight of what they were about to do. The echoes of drums resonated through the minds of those uncovering these relics, ancient rhythms that spoke of the heartbeat of conflict. Archaeological evidence suggested that many cultures performed elaborate rituals before battle, invoking the spirits of ancestors and seeking their guidance. The fervor of those moments was palpable, as warriors stood shoulder to shoulder, lost in the communal energy, their voices rising in a storm of prayer and incantation. It was a moment of unity, of strength, of a single purpose binding them together as they prepared to face the abyss. The earth itself held onto memories that refused to fade. The archaeologists found graves, some adorned with offerings left by family members. Woven wreaths, trinkets, and tokens meant to guide the fallen. These were not just markers of death but of hope, a testament to the belief that the spirits of the brave would protect their loved ones from the horrors of war. The tears of the living soaked into the soil, mingling with the blood of the fallen, creating a landscape steeped in sorrow and reverence. As twilight settled, the air thickened with the unspeakable tension of lives intertwined by fate. The discoveries revealed not just a history of war, but a complex tapestry of human emotion: fear, courage, sorrow, and an unwavering need for connection to something greater. The rituals, the prayers, the offerings, each piece of evidence wove a story of resilience and vulnerability, a reminder that even amid the chaos of battle, humanity sought to find solace in the divine. Every item uncovered shone a light on the intricate relationship between humanity and the gods they worshipped. They prayed for triumph, but also for forgiveness. They filled the air with incantations, beseeching the heavens for protection, their voices echoing like the heartbeat of the earth itself. And in that silence, as the archaeologists paused to reflect on the significance of their findings, they could almost hear the whispers of the past, urging them to remember, to honor. In a world where battles were fought not just with swords, but with the souls of men, the line between the sacred and the profane blurred, leaving behind a legacy of unanswered questions and fervent desires. What became of the warriors who invoked those ancient prayers? Did they find peace in the heat of battle, or was their final moment one of doubt? As the archaeologists prepared to sift through more layers of time, the air shimmered with anticipation, crackling with the stories yet to be unearthed, the echoes of ancient voices still searching for understanding in the chaos of war. The campfire flickered in the deepening dusk, casting shadows that danced like spirits among the warriors gathered around. Each face told a story, etched with lines of determination, fear, and a flickering hope. Outside the circle of light, the world felt heavy with anticipation. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and leather, mingling with the faint aroma of herbs that the shaman had burned for protection. But amidst the brewing storm of emotions, one sound rose above the murmur of anxious voices: the deep, resonant chant of the clan's elder. It rolled through the camp like thunder, pulsating with an ancient rhythm that seemed to strike a chord deep within each warrior's soul. This was no ordinary song. It was a call to arms, a binding force that united the men and women who stood shoulder to shoulder, ready to face the unknown. The elder's voice soared, weaving tales of valor and sacrifice, reminding them of their ancestors who had fought and fallen for the very ground they now stood upon. The chant was a lifeline, a thread connecting the past to the present, wrapping around them like an invisible cloak of courage. Some warriors closed their eyes, allowing the chant to wash over them, filling the cracks of doubt that threatened to shatter their resolve. Others stood tall, fists clenched, as the energy surged through them, igniting a fire that seemed to pulse in time with the rhythm. Each beat of the drum came alive, echoing the heartbeat of the earth itself, urging them to rise, to fight, to believe in the power that pulsed around them. As the chant grew louder, it summoned memories of battles past, blood soaked into the ground, cries of valor mingling with despair, and the sweet taste of victory that followed fierce struggles. Each warrior's mind raced with fleeting images: a brother falling under a hail of arrows, a sister's fierce smile as she struck down a foe, and the haunting wails of the wounded. This was their legacy, and the music of the chant reminded them of their purpose. In another corner of history, the Greeks gathered before the gates of Troy, their hearts pounding in unison. With each strum of the lyre, the tales of Achilles and Odysseus floated through the air, wrapping the soldiers in a cloak of invincibility. The songs surged through them like a tidal wave, igniting a fierce pride that made them believe they were untouchable. They sang not just for themselves but for the fallen heroes, their voices rising, melding into a chorus that seemed to echo across the ages. The power of music, its ability to elevate the spirit and bind the community, was a sacred weapon in every culture. The Native American tribes would gather at dawn, their voices lifting in unison as they prepared for the hunt or battle. The haunting melodies of their flutes danced with the breeze, carrying their prayers and intentions to the spirits of the land. Each note held the weight of tradition, a promise that they would honor their ancestors and fight bravely for their kin. Back in the flickering firelight, a young warrior named Kale felt the chant seep into his bones. The elder's voice was now a part of him, and as he opened his eyes, a fierce determination shone within them. He could feel the warmth of his comrades beside him, their hands on his shoulders, their breaths synchronizing with the heartbeat of the chant. Together, they were a living, breathing entity, a wave of strength that would crash against the enemies that awaited them. Suddenly, the tempo quickened, the drums beat like the rapid pulse of their hearts, and the voices grew sharper, more urgent. Each word resonated with ancient power, sending chills down spines. The warriors moved closer together, forming a wall of solidarity, their voices merging into one. The chant transformed, shifting from a simple call to a battle cry that seemed to pull forth the very essence of their spirit. This was not just preparation. This was transformation. The music stripped away their fears, weaving bravery into their very being. It took Kale to a place where courage was not just a concept but a reality. It ignited memories of his family, those who had taught him to fight, to stand firm in the face of adversity. In the distance, the glow of torches flickered like stars, signaling the approach of their enemies. The beat of the drum quickened, drowning out the sounds of their foes. All that mattered now was the chant, the rhythm that united them, that made them feel invincible. In that moment, they were not just individuals facing chaos. They were a collective force, an unstoppable tide of warriors who would surge forward without hesitation. The fire blazed brighter, a beacon of hope illuminating their path. Kale clenched his fists, the weight of his ancestors resting upon his shoulders. The music swelled, the voices crescendoing into a roar that echoed into the night, calling forth the spirits of the brave, beckoning them to join the fray. The air vibrated with energy, each note spinning a web of courage, each chant a thread binding them together as they prepared to unleash their fury upon the world. This was their moment, each heartbeat, each breath, captured in the melody of war. The chant echoed through the valley, a proclamation of their unyielding spirit. As they surged forward, the sound of clashing steel and the cries of battle began to mingle with the chant, creating a symphony of chaos. The elder's voice, now a distant echo, was replaced by the din of war, but the spirit of the music remained, fueling their every move, igniting the fire within them. With every strike, every clash, the warriors felt the power of their ancestors, the songs of courage and glory echoing through them, reminding them of the purpose for which they fought. The battle unfolded like a tapestry of sound and fury, a relentless force woven from the rich fabric of their shared history. And as they fought, the music continued to play, the heartbeat of a people, the pulse of a nation at war. In the stillness before dawn, the air is thick with tension. Soldiers, clad in weary armor, gather on the battlefield, their faces a mix of resolve and fear. They know what lies ahead, the clash of swords, the cries of the wounded, and the anguished wails of those who will never return home. But amidst the impending chaos, a flicker of hope emerges, a flicker that often takes the form of whispered prayers. Across history, in times of war, the power of prayer has echoed through the hearts of those who stand on the precipice of life and death. It's not just a ritual, it's a lifeline. From the ancient Greeks invoking the gods before a fight to the soldiers of World War I kneeling in muddy trenches, prayer has been a sanctuary for the weary. The battlefield becomes a sacred ground, where the raw emotion of fear, courage, and faith intertwine, creating an atmosphere heavy with anticipation. Consider the soft whispers of soldiers on the fields of Gettysburg. As cannon fire erupted and smoke filled the air, men found themselves clutching their rosaries, eyes turned skyward, seeking reassurance from a deity they hoped would shield them from the onslaught. Their prayers were mingled with the sounds of battle, an overwhelming symphony of chaos punctuated by the quiet, desperate supplications of those who believed that divine intervention could change their fate. As musket balls whizzed by and the ground shook beneath their feet, prayer became a refuge, a momentary escape from the horrors surrounding them. Then there's the poignant scene of St. Crispin's Day in 1415, where King Henry V rallied his vastly outnumbered troops at Agincourt. As he urged them to stand firm, his speech was laced with the promise of glory and honor, but it was the collective prayer that stirred their spirits. They clasped their hands, hearts racing not just from fear, but from the fervent hope that their devotion would sway the heavens. In that moment, prayer transformed mere men into heroes, fueling their courage to face what felt insurmountable. Across the ages, the psychological impact of prayer in warfare is undeniable. It was not merely about seeking favor from the divine. It was about forging an unbreakable bond among soldiers. In the trenches of World War I, amidst the mud and despair, prayer circles formed. Men holding hands, eyes shut tight, sharing their deepest fears and wishes. They were not just asking for survival. They were clinging to each other, finding solace in shared vulnerability. In those moments, they were a brotherhood, united in their hope, combating the terrifying isolation that war often brings. The great expanse of history reveals a tapestry of battles colored by prayer. In the American Civil War, soldiers penned letters home, infused with their heartfelt cries for divine protection. These letters, often found decades later, speak of the profound psychological comfort that prayer brought them. They wrote of dreams and visions in which God provided guidance, illuminating their darkest moments. Each letter is a testament to the power of hope, echoing the belief that even in the face of death, a higher power was watching, ready to intervene. Yet, as we unravel the fabric of prayer in warfare, we cannot ignore the darker shadows it casts. The fervor of belief can sometimes lead to fanaticism, where the certainty of divine favor becomes a weapon in itself. Throughout history, there have been those who, in their zealous prayers, have justified unspeakable acts. The Spanish Inquisition stands as a grim reminder of how the sacred can twist into the profane when faith morphs into a tool for destruction. Soldiers, filled with righteousness, have marched into battles believing they were on a holy mission, convinced that their prayers rendered them invincible. In these instances, the psychological aspects of prayer become a double-edged sword, one that can lead to both salvation and damnation. As the scene shifts to the modern era, the haunting echoes of prayer remain. In the face of today's conflicts, while technology advances, the human heart continues to seek connection. Soldiers in Iraq and Afghanistan have carried their personal tokens of faith, prayer beads, crosses, and medallions, clinging to these symbols as they navigate the harrowing landscape of war. It's in the quiet moments, away from the roar of gunfire, that they find the strength to utter their prayers, seeking peace not just for themselves, but for their families waiting at home. This complex interplay between faith and fear, of hope and despair, creates a psychological battleground that is as intense as the physical one they inhabit. For many, the act of prayer is a communion not just with a higher power, but with the memory of those lost, the camaraderie of those beside them, and the dreams of a future that seems so distant in the midst of chaos. As the sun rises, casting its golden hue over the battlefield, soldiers gather once more, prayer on their lips and fear in their hearts. The tension is palpable, a mixture of anticipation and dread. The air crackles with electricity, and as they take a collective breath, their whispered prayers weave through the air, a tapestry of hope that defies the impending storm. It's a reminder that even in the depths of despair, the human spirit yearns for connection, for understanding, for a sliver of divine grace that can transform the darkest of days. And so, the battlefield waits, the space between life and death suspended in a fragile balance, as the prayers of soldiers rise like smoke toward the heavens. Each word, each plea, becomes a part of the history that this land will remember, a testament to the enduring strength of the human heart, even amidst the most harrowing trials of warfare. The story continues, as the echoes of prayer blend with the sounds of battle, an unbroken loop of hope and fear, faith and doubt, ever spiraling into the next moment of uncertainty and resolve. Under the steel-gray skies of a war-torn landscape, the piercing sounds of gunfire shattered the stillness. Soldiers, clad in fatigues, crouched behind shattered concrete, their hearts racing, minds heavy with the weight of duty and belief. Among them stood Private James Thompson, a young man whose faith in God was as deep as the trenches he fought in. Each day, he wrestled with questions that echoed louder than artillery. Was it right to take a life in the name of freedom? Where did faith fit into this chaos? In this unforgiving arena, where the line between right and wrong blurred into a fog of uncertainty, the intersection of law and religion became a battlefield in its own right. Legal codes governed actions on the ground, but the whispers of faith tugged insistently at the soul. Men and women in uniform grappled not just with their enemies, but with their own convictions, often finding solace in prayer amidst the carnage. James would squeeze his rosary beads tightly, whispering hopes for peace and redemption as the world around him became a cacophony of violence. Throughout history, this turbulent relationship between military law and religious belief has shaped not only the lives of soldiers but the very fabric of societies. In ancient Rome, soldiers were bound by oaths to their commanders, yet many found strength in the gods they worshipped. The clash was evident as they faced the looming question: loyalty to the empire or fidelity to divine principles. Religious rites were performed in secret, a quiet rebellion against the demands of war. Fast forward to the World Wars, where soldiers on both sides struggled with similar dilemmas. In the trenches of World War I, men like James fought bravely, but they also prayed for their fallen comrades, often seeking divine intervention in moments of despair. The camaraderie of faith forged bonds stronger than just that of brotherhood. It offered a beacon of hope in the darkest nights. But the legal system, dictating rules of engagement and accountability, often seemed indifferent to the moral crises the soldiers faced. The rules could condemn a man for acting on instinct, while his heart cried out for understanding and mercy. As the 20th century marched on, the rise of military chaplains became a powerful testament to the intertwining of faith and duty. These men of the cloth walked among the troops not just as spiritual guides but as mediators between the law of the land and the law of the heart. They offered prayers, comfort, and understanding, yet they too were caught in a web of conflict. Their existence posed a profound question. Could one serve both God and country without sacrificing one for the other? The Korean War illuminated these tensions further. Soldiers fought in a landscape that felt as alien as the moral quandaries they faced. Amidst the frigid winds and unforgiving terrain, the battle raged not only against the enemy but within. Legal principles dictated engagement rules, but soldiers like Thompson felt the pull of their faith as they navigated the fog of war. Could a soldier justify the loss of life when every death weighed heavily on the soul? The answers were as elusive as the enemies they faced. The Vietnam War turned the spotlight onto these conflicts with even greater intensity. Headlines spoke of atrocities, and questions of morality surged through the nation. Soldiers returning home were not just haunted by the echoes of gunfire, but by the moral implications of their actions. In the thick of the jungle, they'd often turn to the prayers of their youth, seeking solace among the shadows of trees that whispered tales of sacrifice and redemption. The law called for accountability, but who held the scales when a soldier's faith and duty were in constant battle? As the years turned, the world saw a new kind of warfare emerge, one that blurred the lines of combat and challenged both legal and religious structures. In the face of terrorism and asymmetric warfare, soldiers found themselves in situations where their actions were scrutinized through a different lens. The rules evolved, yet the age-old questions remained. The voices of faith echoed in the hearts of many, urging them to consider the sanctity of life even amid chaos. How could one act in a manner aligned with both the law and their moral compass when the enemy often wore no uniform? In modern military contexts, the struggle took on new dimensions. The rise of diverse belief systems within the ranks brought about fresh challenges. A Muslim soldier might pray 5 times a day, while a Christian chaplain offered counsel to the weary. The legal frameworks that governed behavior in these situations became a balancing act, ensuring that the rights of all were respected while still maintaining a cohesive fighting force. For many, faith became a source of resilience, a way to navigate the treacherous waters of conflicting loyalties. And as this dance between law and faith continued, the tension grew palpable. Private Thompson, now a seasoned soldier, stood before a makeshift altar in a remote base, the flickering candlelight illuminating his weary face. The prayer on his lips was more than just words. It was a plea for understanding, a deep yearning for clarity in a world that often offered only shadows. Would the law ever comprehend the sacred bond he felt? The unwavering hope that faith brought even in the darkest moments? The answer seemed as distant as the horizon, yet the flicker of a candle burned bright, illuminating the path ahead. As the battle raged on, the lines between duty and belief continued to blur, creating a complex tapestry woven from the threads of history, culture, and unwavering conviction. The soldiers, caught in this endless cycle of conflict, held on to their faith even when the world around them seemed to unravel. Each prayer, each act of kindness amid the chaos, became a testament to the power of belief in the face of despair. In every corner of the battlefield, the whispers of law and religion danced a delicate waltz, each step echoing with the weight of history. As new challenges arose, the struggle for understanding and reconciliation remained ongoing, a silent testament to the unbreakable bond between the soldier's heart and the divine. And just as the sun set on one chapter of conflict, a new dawn loomed on the horizon, ready to unveil the next chapter in this intertwining saga of faith, duty, and the relentless pursuit of justice in the midst of war. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting an amber glow across the battlefield. Soldiers, clad in iron and leather, knelt in the dirt, their heads bowed not in defeat, but in a desperate plea for divine intervention. The air thickened with tension, a silent prayer rising from the hearts of men who understood all too well the fragility of life and the weight of war. They spoke in hushed tones, invoking the names of gods they believed would guide their swords and shield their spirits from the horrors that lay ahead. This was not just a practice. It was a connection to the past, a thread binding their struggles to the ancient traditions of war prayer in Rome. In the distance, the sound of clashing metal echoed, a grim reminder of the stakes at play. The Romans, known for their fierce fighting spirit, often turned to the ethereal for hope. They crafted prayers that were both poetic and pragmatic, words designed to invoke favor and protection. Each syllable was a brick in the fortress of their faith. These prayers were not mere words. They were lifelines thrown into the void of uncertainty. Historians sift through the remnants of scrolls and tablets, revealing the raw emotion woven into each invocation. They discovered that the fervor of these supplications didn't just belong to generals or leaders. Every soldier, every man in the ranks, had a voice, a yearning for connection to something greater than themselves. In modern times, these war prayers have taken on new forms. Artists and writers draw inspiration from the ancient texts, weaving the reverberations of Roman faith into their own narratives. A novel might portray a soldier standing at the edge of a cliff, gazing out into the abyss, whispering a prayer that echoes the voices of his ancestors. The intensity of that moment captures the essence of what it meant to seek solace in something beyond the chaos of battle. Each character carries the weight of history, a reminder that the act of praying, whether in ancient Rome or today, transcends time and speaks to a universal desire for protection and strength. The poignancy deepens when looking into the rituals surrounding these prayers. Romans often performed sacrifices, offering burnt offerings to deities like Mars, the god of war. The crackling flames were more than just an offering. They became a source of hope, an embodiment of the soldier's desires for victory. Imagine a soldier, his heart racing, as he watched the smoke rise, carrying his fears and hopes into the heavens. Modern interpretations echo this imagery, focusing on the emotional landscape of those who ask for help, who seek assurance in the chaos of life. Films depict soldiers standing before altars, their faces painted with dirt and sweat, yet lit with an inner glow of determination as they ask the gods to guide their hands and hearts. Amidst the chaos, artists also tap into the vulnerability of these ancient prayers, showcasing their power to invoke both fear and courage. Poetry has become a channel for modern reflections on these timeless themes, capturing the essence of a soldier's heart. Let not my sword falter, nor my spirit wane. A line might read, resonating with the same urgency that echoed in the heart of a Roman warrior. The emotions are raw, the stakes high, and the connection profound. Just as the ancients sought a way to articulate their fears and hopes, so too do modern creators strive to connect with the same primal essence that fuels the human experience. This emotional core runs deep, linking the past to the present in ways that are both haunting and beautiful. In various forms of media, the imagery of soldiers praying has evolved but remains rooted in the same soil of ancient tradition. Consider a contemporary painting that portrays a lone figure amidst a storm, hands raised to the heavens, rain mingling with tears. It is a modern take on the age-old act of supplication, an interpretation that elicits goosebumps as it captures the timeless struggle of humanity against the forces that seek to overpower it. The classroom discussions about Roman war prayers often ignite passionate debates among students, reflecting the power these prayers still hold. Young minds, fascinated by the duality of strength and vulnerability, grapple with the ancient text's relevance to their own lives. They ponder how the act of praying can be a source of courage in the face of their own fears. As they read excerpts and share their interpretations, the air becomes charged with emotion, a recognition that war, whether of ancient times or present-day conflicts, is a shared human experience. Amid the academic discussions, art installations emerge, evoking the same feelings that once coursed through Roman legions. A local artist might create a sculpture of a soldier kneeling in prayer, raw emotion etched into every feature. The piece invites viewers to reflect on their own struggles, their own moments of seeking solace. It becomes a stark reminder that, like those who fought long ago, everyone grapples with uncertainty and longs for reassurance, whether through the whisper of a prayer or the strength found in companionship. The resonance of these ancient prayers continues to ebb and flow, finding new life in the hearts of those who seek to understand their significance. They remind us that spirituality and warfare are forever intertwined, and that the battle for peace often begins with a simple plea for strength. The tumultuous journey of human existence, marked by trials and tribulations, is echoed in the cries of the past, illuminating the way forward. Each prayer, each invocation, is a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope flickers, waiting to be ignited by a heart brave enough to voice it. As the sun sets on the battlefield in the dim light of hope, the stories of those who prayed long ago become whispers in the wind, mingling with the cries of modern-day warriors. The sacred connection between man and God, ancient and modern, continues to weave itself into the fabric of existence, a tapestry rich with the threads of belief, courage, and unyielding devotion. The prayers linger in the air, shimmering like the last rays of light, beckoning the next generation to carry forth the legacy of faith, fear, and the profound quest for peace. The echoes of the past and the heartbeat of the present blend seamlessly, reminding all who listen that the battle for solace endures and the prayers of the ancients still resonate in the souls of today's warriors. A chill settled over the battlefield as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows among the soldiers assembled for what was to come. They stood in rigid lines, armor glinting in the fading light, hearts pounding with a mix of fear and anticipation. The air was thick with tension, a palpable energy that seemed to vibrate through the very ground. In the flickering torchlight, whispers of ancient rites and prayers swirled around them, echoing the traditions of the Roman legions that had marched before them centuries ago. The Romans believed deeply in the favor of their gods. Before any campaign, soldiers would gather to offer sacrifices and seek the blessings of Mars, the god of war. A white horse, pure and untouched, would often be led to the altar, its life extinguished in a ritual that resonated with the power of belief. As the blood soaked into the earth, it was said that the soldiers could feel the eyes of the divine upon them, a silent promise that their courage and valor would not go unnoticed. That ancient practice, a tether to the divine and a guide for mortal actions, lingered in the hearts of warriors today. Across the ages, the resonance of this military religion has embedded itself in contemporary armies. The rituals may have changed, but the reliance on faith and symbolism remains ever constant. A modern soldier, standing in the chaos of a war-torn landscape, finds comfort in the rituals passed down through generations. Whether it be a prayer whispered before a mission or a moment of silence for the fallen, these actions echo the Roman legacies of devotion and solemnity. In the heat of battle, when the clamor of gunfire drowns out reason and fear grips the heart, many still seek that connection to something larger than themselves. Soldiers today might not call upon Mars, yet they still invoke their own beliefs, whether through a cross or a prayer rug. The age-old desire for divine protection manifests in countless ways, reflecting an intrinsic human need for assurance and strength amidst chaos. Consider the moment a soldier crosses into enemy territory, the weight of history resting on their shoulders. There, beneath the din of combat, a flicker of remembrance ignites, a vision of Roman troops gathering in prayer, their voices raised to the heavens. That spirit of unity, of shared belief, courses through them as they prepare for the unknown, a legacy handed down through centuries. The Roman legion's strident chants and cries for victory re-emerge in the modern battle cry, a powerful echo that binds the present to the past. The Roman military calendar was filled with festivals dedicated to their pantheon of gods, and these celebrations were not mere pageantry. They were crucial to the morale of the troops. Before every significant battle, the legions would observe auspicious days, consulting augurs who interpreted the will of the gods through the flight of birds or the entrails of sacrificed animals. This profound connection to the divine inspired a sense of purpose that resonated deeply within the soldier's soul. Today, soldiers often fill similar roles as the augurs, using instinct and intuition to navigate the chaos of warfare, still seeking signs and omens in the landscape around them. In the chaos of modern warfare, amidst the roar of engines and the staccato of gunfire, a soldier might pause, feeling the weight of history creep upon them as they stand in the footprints of those who came before. The very rituals that once bound the Roman soldiers to their mission now entwine with their own, a subtle thread of continuity connecting eras separated by time. The flicker of a lighter igniting a cigarette or the shared moment of laughter among comrades becomes a sacred ritual, a fleeting escape from the harshness of reality, an act that echoes the brotherhood forged in the fires of Roman legions. As night descended over the battlefield, the darkness became a canvas for memories and fears alike. The soldiers gathered around a small fire, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. An elder among them began to recount the tale of a Roman general who, before a decisive battle, chose to honor the gods rather than heed the cries of his soldiers for immediate action. The general's faith led to victory, a reminder that sometimes the power of belief and ritual could turn the tide of fate. Listening intently, the younger soldiers felt the cold grip of fear slowly loosen as the warmth of shared stories enveloped them. They were not just fighting for individual glory or survival. They were part of something greater, the legacy of those who had come before, bound by the same hopes and sacrifices. Their battle, too, was a sacred duty. Even in contemporary warfare, the need for symbols persists. Medals and insignias serve as modern-day totems, representing bravery and sacrifice in the face of adversity. Just as Roman soldiers wore their laurels and tokens of the gods, today's troops carry the weight of their unit's history and values, a testament to their commitment and the enduring spirit of military tradition. Each insignia tells a story, a reminder of battles fought and comrades lost, weaving a tapestry of resilience that stretches back to the very foundations of military service. The sun had long set, but as the soldiers prepared for the night watch, the echoes of their ancient predecessors lingered like a haunting melody. The flicker of the fire mirrored the flicker of faith, fragile yet unwavering. With hearts synchronized, they knew that whatever lay ahead, they carried within them not just the skills of modern warfare, but the legacy of a belief system that had shaped the nature of combat for centuries. As they took their positions, ready to face the night, a shared understanding flowed among them, a connection that transcended time. The prayers whispered in the darkness were not mere words, but a bridge that spanned the centuries, linking their fates to the warriors of Rome. Each heartbeat, each breath, resonated with the sacred duty of service, grounded in a faith that had inspired countless generations to endure, fight, and, above all, believe. In this moment, the past and present merged, a continuum of honor, valor, and an unwavering bond forged in the fires of belief.